Chapter 433. A Level 5 Puppet. Zhu Tong exclaimed. He had lost count of how many times he had been stunned. Puppets were rare to begin with, and a Level 5 puppet was even more unheard of. At this moment he was once again deeply shocked by Su Chen's endless tricks. After the mechanical soldier killed the demon monkey, it continued to attack and killed all the Level 4 beasts around it. Only then did it drag the demon monkey's body back to Su Chen's side. Su Chen handed the demon monkey's body to Yang Hao and asked him to barbecue it. Then he shouted at Wu Yang and Li Lincoln, "Captain Wu, Uncle Yang, come back." Hearing Su Chen's shout, Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian returned without hesitation. The intelligence of those demonic beasts was not very high. Seeing Wu Yang and Li Wuyo running away, they followed closely behind. What's going on? Are they giving up? Zhu Tong did not know what was going on, and he was deeply worried. Su Chen and the others obviously had the absolute advantage. Why did they retreat without a fight? If they really left, what would happen to the beasts here? Wouldn't Jianghu Island be plunged into misery and suffering? When Wu Yang and Li Lingtian returned, Su Chen curled his lips slightly. Satoshi, fire! Roger that. The intelligent war chariot was almost ready. As soon as Su Chen gave the order, it activated its killing mode. The Level 2 pulse cannon, ungraded Gatling gun, and magnetic storm net opened fire at the same time. Bang bang bang. Sizzle sizzle. For a moment, lightning flashed, guns roared, and explosions shook the heavens and the earth. Those beasts that rushed up could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them were killed or injured. Their deaths were even more miserable. Some were turned into sieves, some were blasted into pieces, and some were turned into pitch-black charcoal. It was no exaggeration to say that when the intelligent war chariot opened fire, the scene in front of them was like purgatory. Oh my God! How can there be such a terrifying MCV in the world? Zhu Tong was dumbfounded when he saw the intelligent war chariot, killing everything in its path. As far as he knew, wasn't the MCV a vehicle for carrying people? Since when could it become a weapon of mass destruction? Demonic beasts were still rushing out of the domain passage in a steady stream. They were not afraid of death and continued to charge towards Su Chen and the others. However, under the merciless slaughter of the intelligent war chariot, no matter how many there were, they were just numbers. Gradually, the number of dead demon beasts added up to more than 2,000 to 3,000. Looking at the shiny fragments on the ground, Su Chen's mouth curled up. "Chenge, the demon monkey meat is ready. Hurry up and eat," Yang Hao called out. Su Chen took a skewer. He had just taken a bite, but before he could swallow it, an angry roar suddenly came from the domain passage. "You all deserve to die for killing the people of the demon race." As soon as the words fell, a 5-meter-tall demon bear with black manes rushed out of the domain passage. A Level 6 demon beast. Zhu Tong's mouth trembled. On Jianghu Island, the strongest person was only Level 5. At Level 6, they were almost invincible. How would Su Chen face such a strong person? He couldn't have been killed in a single exchange, right? Zhu Tong could not help but worry for Su Chen. The demon bear looked around with its bloody eyes and finally locked its gaze on the intelligent war chariot. It was this MCV that had killed their people. It had to destroy it as soon as possible. The demon bear roared and charged toward the intelligent war chariot. As a Level 6 demon beast, its speed was as fast as lightning. With a few rumbling sounds, it appeared in front of the intelligent war chariot. Chapter 434. The intelligent war chariot was only in its Level 5 form. Its attack power was not enough to cause damage to a Level 6 beast. It could not stop the demon bear's advance at all. However, Su Chen was already prepared. The moment the pet breeding space opened, 2 balls of light, 1 gold and 1 red, shot out. Boom! There was an earth-shattering sound. A giant tortoise the size of a small mountain appeared in front of the intelligent war chariot. It was the heavenly overlord tortoise. Buzz! Buzz! The red ball of light turned into a fist-sized blood-colored mosquito, circling above the heavenly overlord tortoise's head. Although it was small in size, Its aura was not much weaker than the heavenly overlord tortoise's. A level 6 mutated beast. A level 6 insect beast. Su Chen still has such a powerful trump card. Zhu Tong took a deep breath. His face was full of shock, and his heart was in turmoil. Previously, when Su Chen said that he wanted to hunt the beasts, he thought that Su Chen did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, the appearance of the two level 6 spiritual pets completely changed his mind. Although Su Chen's actions were somewhat unscrupulous, what he said and did was not without reason. He had full confidence in himself. At this moment, his hope was rekindled. He thought that Su Chen might really be able to kill all the beasts. This was because the realm passage had just been opened and there was still a long time before it was completely stabilized. The beasts that could come out were at most level 6. With the strength of Su Chen and the others, it was more than enough to deal with level 6 beasts. On the other side, the demon bear had been slapped to the ground by the heavenly overlord tortoise. The super ancient devouring gorilla mosquito took the opportunity to suck the demon bear's blood dry, causing it to die on the spot. The heavenly overlord tortoise opened its mouth and swallowed the demon bear without even chewing. Killing a level 6 beast is so easy. Zhu Tong's mouth was wide open. He could not close it for a long time. These two guys are a little too much. Su Chen gritted his teeth. The super ancient devouring gorilla mosquito and the heavenly overlord tortoise had sucked his blood and eaten his flesh. They did not even leave him any soup. More importantly, it had devoured all the level 6 energy stones along the way. He felt that it was necessary to teach these two fellows a lesson so that they would know how to respect him as their master. Following the death of the level 6 demon bear, no high-level demon beasts appeared for a long time. However, the low-level demonic beasts still rushed over one after another, and the intelligent war chariot once again activated its killing mode. During this time, Su Chen and the others gathered together to eat barbecued meat. After eating for a while, Su Chen called out to Zhu Tong, "Old Zhu, come and eat some meat." He had a good impression of Zhu Tong, and he also had some questions to ask. "Thank you, Brother Su." Zhu Tong jogged over. He was overwhelmed by Su Chen's invitation. "Don't stand on ceremony. Help yourself." Su Chen handed over a few skewers of barbecued meat. "Thank you." Zhu Tong took the barbecued meat. She was rather reserved at first, but after taking a small bite and swallowing a mouthful, she could no longer hold back. She really wolfed down the meat. She did not look like a level 5 evolver at all. Su Chen could not help but laugh. He handed Zhu Tong a few more skewers of meat. When Zhu Tong's mouth was dripping with oil, Su Chen asked, "Old Zhu, are there any large groups of zombies or mutated beasts on Jianghu Island?" "No," Zhu Tong wiped his mouth and replied. Su Chen was slightly disappointed. After thinking for a while, he continued to ask, "Are there any islands near Jianghu Island?" On the central control screen, he found that there were several islands near Jianghu Island. But compared to Jianghu Island, they were much smaller. "There are a few titans on Deep Burn Island," Zhu Tong said vaguely. Chapter 435. Titan Giants, are the other tribes? Su Chen's expression changed. Titan Giants, just from the name alone, sounded impressive. If they were the other tribes, they must be an unusually powerful race. They are the other tribes, and their combat power is unusually strong. They are almost invincible among those of the same rank, Zhu Tong explained. Hearing this, Wu Yang and the others' eyes flickered. Only Su Chen deserved the title of invincible among those of the same rank. How could the Titan Giants be compared to Su Chen? "Old Zhu, what are the characteristics of the Titan Giants?" Su Chen asked calmly. Now that they knew the whereabouts of the other tribes, the next step of the plan was to go to Deep Burn Island. Before that, it was best to understand the Titan Giants' background and be prepared. Their greatest characteristic is their immense strength. An adult Titan Giant can reach a height of 50 meters, and their strength is enough to shake the heavens and earth, Zhu Tong said with a serious expression. 50 meters? Wu Yang and the others were shocked. Su Chen was also slightly moved. A 50-meter tall body, not to mention other things, could probably reach 100,000 pounds of strength. If there are such powerful other tribes on Deep Burn Island, why is Jianghu Island still so peaceful? Su Chen was confused. Logically speaking, with the Titan Giant's powerful combat power, they could easily wipe out Jianghu Island. Then why hadn't Jianghu Island fallen? Zhu Tong said with a smile, "The reason is simple. The Titan tribe is very afraid of the sea. They don't even dare to go into the sea." There's such a thing? Su Chen and the others were stunned. Just then, the mechanical soldiers suddenly reminded, "Master, a large group of level 6 beasts are charging out." Su Chen raised an eyebrow and turned to look in the direction of the interworld passage. As expected, more than 20 beasts with abnormally strong auras appeared at the interworld passage. Each of them was a level 6 beast. They gathered together, and the pressure they exuded was like a vast ocean. It was heavy and oppressive, causing one to tremble involuntarily. So many level 6 beasts. Zhu Tong gulped as her face turned pale. If there were 2 or 3 level 6 mutated beasts, he felt that Su Chen and the others would have a good chance. However, if more than 20 of them came out at once, it would be enough to destroy Charred Void Island. How could Su Chen and the others stop them? "Brother Su, let's leave Jianghu Island immediately." Zhu Tong's heart was burning with anxiety as she said in a trembling voice. "Why are you leaving?" Su Chen's expression was calm as he smiled faintly. So many high-level beasts, it would be a waste not to kill them all. Zhu Tong was dumbfounded. She snuck a glance at Su Chen, only to see that not only was Su Chen not afraid, but there was even a hint of excitement on his face. What was going on? Why wasn't he afraid at all? That was more than 20 level 6 demonic beasts. However, at this moment, Su Chen licked his lips and charged straight towards the group of level 6 demonic beasts. Zhu Tong's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and he shouted madly, "He's crazy. He must be crazy." In the face of more than 20 level 6 beasts, he still dared to charge alone. Wasn't he courting death? How could there be such a crazy and fearless person in this world? "Brother Zhu, don't worry. It's just more than 20 level 6 beasts. They won't be able to do anything to Su Chen." Seeing Zhu Tong so nervous that she was sweating profusely, Wu Yang smiled and comforted her. Zhu Tong was completely speechless. According to Wu Yang, wouldn't level 6 beasts be ants in Su Chen's eyes? He couldn't be so pretentious, could he? Chapter 436. While Zhu Tong was still in a daze, Su Chen had already charged into the horde of beasts. He raised his hand and slashed at them. A terrifying ice elemental spell swept forward. Wherever it passed, all the beasts were frozen into ice sculptures. The beasts below level 6 were instantly killed. Although the level 6 beasts did not die, they lost the ability to move and became lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Frost spell. Su Chen is also a psychic sorcerer. Zhu Tong was shocked. Previously, Su Chen had already revealed his identity as a divine psychic sorcerer and an evolver. Coupled with his identity as a psychic sorcerer, Zhu Tong was shocked to discover that Su Chen was a full-time cultivator. What was even more terrifying was that all of his professions were above level 5. Especially his ice elemental spell. It gave Zhu Tong the feeling that it had completely surpassed level 6 spells. It was even comparable to level 7 spells. Oh my god! How could there be such a monster in this world? Compared to Zhu Tong's shock, Wu Yang and the others were much calmer. They were already used to Su Chen's strength and were not surprised. Su Chen's ice elemental spell froze a dozen level 6 beasts. He did not give them a chance to break free. He quickly used the Pegasus Meteor Punch and killed them all. The remaining level 6 beasts were shocked by Su Chen's strength and did not know what to do. At level 6, their intelligence had already been activated. They knew that a terrifying existence like Su Chen was not something they could fight against. Even a level 7 cultivator might not be able to win against Su Chen. After exchanging glances with each other, they all fled toward the interrealm passage. Level 6 beasts are running away without a fight? Zhu Tong's mouth was slightly open. His mind was buzzing. He had never thought that a dozen powerful level 6 beasts would be scared out of their wits and flee for their lives when facing Su Chen alone. "Where do you think you're going?" Su Chen roared and chased after them. Level 6 demonic beasts were full of treasures. Just a single level 6 energy stone was worth a fortune, not to mention the large number of fragments it could drop. Therefore, no matter what, Su Chen would not let them escape. Rumble, amidst the flashing lightning and rolling thunder, a blue torrent shot out from Su Chen's hand. In the blink of an eye, it submerged a few slow level 6 demon beasts. With a few miserable howls, these level 6 demonic beasts turned into charred corpses. After killing these level 6 demonic beasts, Su Chen didn't stay any longer. A purple light curled up from the soles of his feet. Then, his figure blurred and disappeared from the spot. When he revealed his true form again, he was already behind the remaining level 6 monsters. Then he raised both of his hands. A fireball the size of a washbasin shot out from his left hand, while a huge gray wind blade shot out from his right hand. There was a loud explosion. The fireball technique exploded, and the 5 level 6 demonic beasts fell to the ground. Crack, crack, crack. The gray wind blade followed closely behind, cutting the 5 level 6 demonic beasts into pieces. Blood flowed everywhere. Su Chen rushed forward, waving his battle sword. Slash, slash. With a swing of his sword, the level 6 demonic beasts were all cut in half. Thunder, fire, wind. Su Chen is a 4-elemental Dharma psychic. Seeing Su Chen use 4 different spells, Zhu Tong's expression was dazed as he muttered to himself. Wu Yang, who was beside her, reminded her, Su Chen is an all-elemental Dharma psychic. There are still a few spells that he hasn't used yet. All-elemental Dharma psychic? Zhu Tong gulped. Even her breathing stopped. On the other side, Su Chen didn't return. Instead, he started to kill the low-level demonic beasts. With his strength, killing low-level demonic beasts was no different from squashing ants if he attacked with all his might. 10 minutes later, the demonic beasts that rushed out of the interworld passage were all slaughtered. Chapter 437. Human, you've slaughtered tens of thousands of my people. Are you really not afraid of my clan's revenge? You should know that there are existences beyond level 10 in my demon clan. All of a sudden, a majestic voice drifted out from the domain passageway and lingered in Su Chen's ears. Threatening me? Do you demons have the ability to do so? Su Chen curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. He had long heard from the devouring beast that there were existences beyond levels 10 in the demon clan. He was not surprised. As for the other party's threat, he did not take it to heart. God knows how long it would take for the interdomain passage to be completely stable. Existences above levels 10 could not come out at all. As for level 7 beasts, they might be able to come out. But so what? He was not afraid of level 7 beasts at all. As for level 8 beasts, the possibility of them coming out was very small. Even if they came out, he could exchange 4 level 6 all attributes fragments at Doomsday Mall at any time. It was not impossible for him to become a level 6 cultivator and kill enemies 2 levels above him. Arrogant. The strength of our demon clan is not something a weak human like you can imagine. A contemptuous snort came from the interdomain passage. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said sarcastically, "Since you're so awesome, why don't you send your people to kill me? Do you only know how to talk?" As Su Chen finished speaking, the sound of teeth grinding came from the interdomain passage. Obviously, the demon inside knew that it could not do anything to Su Chen and could not stand Su Chen's provocation. It gritted its teeth to vent its anger. Human, before the interdomain passage is stable, we can't do anything to you. But the interdomain passage will be stable sooner or later. By then, do you think you still have a chance to live? After a long time, an old voice came from the interdomain passage. Compared to before, although this sentence also contained a threat, it was far less powerful than before. Su Chen was almost amused by this sentence. At this moment, he even thought that the demonic beast opposite him was an idiot. Would it sit and wait for the interdomain passage to be completely stable and let those high-level demon beasts come out to kill him? As long as the signs were not right, he would immediately destroy the interdomain passage. Therefore, the other party's thoughts were just wishful thinking. Trying to threaten him with this was no different from wishful thinking. You've reminded me. Why don't I blow up the interdomain passage right now and make you give up completely? Su Chen muttered. Although his voice was not loud, he believed that the demonic beast opposite him could definitely hear him. Human, if you dare to destroy this passageway, you will become a mortal enemy of the demon race. You should know that our demon race has more than one domain passage that leads to your human race. The demon beast on the other side of the domain passage seemed to be very nervous, but it still gritted its teeth and threatened. Su Chen snorted. With a flip of his palm, a ball of lightning pulsing with electric light condensed and was about to throw it into the interdomain passage. Stop! An impatient roar rushed out. Do you think we'll stop just because you say so? Do you think I don't care about my reputation? Su Chen was unmoved, and once again poured lightning magic power into the ball of lightning, making the lightning power even more violent. Human, everything can be discussed. As long as you promise not to change the interdomain passage, I can pay you some compensation. The demon beast on the other side of the interdomain passage finally lowered its head and began to discuss with Su Chen. Su Chen was waiting for this sentence. He was definitely going to blow up the interdomain passage, but before that, why not extort a sum of money from the other party? Just like when he was in Etian City, he had extorted an expert of the half-beast race and made the other party kneel down and call him grandfather. This was also what he was thinking now. Chapter 438. Then give me 1,000 level 6 energy stones first, Su Chen said casually. Low-level energy stones were no longer of much use to him. This was because the intelligent war chariot had already been upgraded to level 5. The next step was to upgrade to level 6. Only level 6 energy stones would be of use. What did you say? 1,000? Do you think level 6 energy stones are cabbages? The monster powerhouse was furious. Su Chen's request was no different from toying with him. He could not even take out 100 level 6 energy stones, let alone 1,000. Does that mean there's no room for negotiation? Su Chen pretended to be angry. He knew very well that the other party would definitely not be able to take out 1,000 level 6 energy stones. The reason why he asked for such a high number was to wait for the other party to bargain. Of course we have to negotiate, but you can't ask for so much, right? The monster powerhouse said while holding back his anger. Then how many level 6 energy stones can you give me? Su Chen continued to ask. 38. This is the most I can give you. I don't have any more than that, the monster powerhouse said while gritting his teeth. Giving out 38 level 6 energy stones in one go was a bit of a loss even for him. However, in order to protect the interrealm passage, he was going all out. At the same time, he swore to himself that once the interrealm passage was completely stabilized, he would chop this hateful and greedy human into pieces as soon as he got out. Su Chen was not very satisfied with this number, but he thought that he would cheat as much as he could, so he accepted it. Alright, I agree. Give me the energy stones now, Su Chen said loudly. Human, you must keep your promise if you accept the energy stones. The monster powerhouse was afraid that Su Chen would go back on his word, so he reminded him. Don't worry. As long as I'm satisfied, I'll keep my promise, Su Chen said solemnly. There was actually another layer of meaning in his words. If he was not satisfied, sorry, but the interrealm passage would still be destroyed. Of course, with the monster powerhouse's intelligence, he would not be able to react in time. Seeing that Su Chen agreed so readily, the monster powerhouse did not hesitate and threw out a cloth bag. It flew out of the interrealm passage and landed in Su Chen's hands. Su Chen counted the number. After confirming that there was no mistake, he happily threw it into the storage bag. Human, you've already accepted the item. Hurry up and leave this place. The demonic beast expert urged. Su Chen curled his lips and snorted, Why should I leave? You're not keeping your promise? Are you going back on your word? The demonic beast expert flew into a rage. If they were not separated by a domain passage, he would have gone out to kill Su Chen. Is there something wrong with the brains of your demonic beast clan? When did I say that I didn't keep my promise? Su Chen snorted. Then why aren't you leaving? The monster powerhouse was confused. Su Chen rubbed his nose. I clearly said that I would only leave if I was satisfied. Now, I'm not very satisfied. What else do you want? The monster powerhouse felt that something was wrong. You offended me just now. Kneel down and call me Grandpa. Maybe I'll consider forgiving you. Su Chen held back his laughter and said mockingly, Dream on. The monster powerhouse could not stand it anymore and roared angrily. At this time, he had already realized that the human opposite him would not keep his promise. And he was clearly being played by the other party. Since you're not giving me face, I can only destroy the Interrealm passage. Su Chen sighed. Human, I won't let you go. The monster powerhouse's lungs were about to explode. Chapter 439. Come out and bite me if you don't like it? Su Chen curled his lips. After a provocative remark, he ignored the other party and turned to beckon Yang Hao and the others to come over. He was not in a hurry to destroy the Interrealm passage. Once the Interrealm passage collapsed, the destructive power would be unimaginable. There were still a large number of fragments and energy stones at the scene that had not been dealt with. At least, he had to wait until he had collected all the fragments and dug out all the energy stones before he could act. After receiving Su Chen's message, Yang Hao and the others hurried over and began to dig out the energy stones. Su Chen began to pick up the fragments. The number of monsters killed this time was more than 10,000, and there were many high-level monsters among them. Therefore, the number of fragments dropped was more than 2,000, which was a very impressive number. According to habit, before picking up, Su Chen first glanced at the fragments. When he did not find any purple gold fragments, he began to pick up the fragments closest to him. The first was a purple fragment. Picked up, 9th Heaven Dazzling Thunder, Fragment X1, 1010. The number of fragments is full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen was suddenly a little excited. 9th Heaven Dazzling Thunder was a lightning element manifestation, and it had automatically integrated into the lightning element magical power. After that, the lightning element magical power had integrated into the two manifestations. Its power had increased by another level, and it was on the same level as the ice element magical power. The first fragment he picked up was already a lightning element manifestation, which made Su Chen a little excited. After taking a deep breath, he continued to pick up fragments. The second was a black fragment. Picked up, Green Mountain Quenching Wood Stone, Fragment X1, 910. The number of fragments is not full. Cannot be used. Can be exchanged for energy points. Not exchanging. Green Mountain Quenching Wood Stone was a god's stone fragment. He only needed one more fragment to complete the collection. Of course, Su Chen was reluctant to exchange for it. Later, he continued to pick up fragments. After more than 2 hours, all the fragments had been picked up, and most of them were exchanged for energy points. Su Chen began to count his gains. Although there was no purple gold fragment this time, his energy points had still exceeded the 10,000 mark, reaching 10,100 points. At this point, he could choose any one of the fighting skill of 10,000 Lights 10 Shadows, 5 Elements Thunder Purgatory Formation, Illusionary Blazing Feather Divine Dragon, and Chaos Sky-Splitting Sword. After all, 10,000 energy points was not a small amount. Su Chen would not casually exchange them before he thought it through. Apart from the energy points, there was also a bottle of Level 5 Constitution Potion, and 2 bottles of Level 4 Constitution Potion. They were all very valuable items. In addition, he had also collected the Green Mountain Quenching Wood Stone. Like the Big Dipper Broken Star Stone and the Earth Vein Fire Meteorite, the Green Mountain Quenching Wood Stone weighed 5,000 kilograms. It also had a certain healing effect, which was similar to the Serene Pool Divine Wood. That was all he had gained today. As Wu Yang and the others were still digging for energy stones, Su Chen returned to the Intelligent War Chariot and began to search for the location of Deep Blaze Island. If there were no more monsters coming out of the Interrealm passage, He would blow up the Interrealm Passage and go to Deep Blaze Island to meet the Titans. Deep Blaze Island and Charred Void Island were only slightly more than 1,000 miles apart. Its area was only 1/10 the size of Charred Void Island. After finding the location of Deep Blaze Island, Su Chen got out of the chariot and joined the team digging for energy stones. After an hour of continuous effort, all the energy stones were finally dug out. After Su Chen put some of the more intact monster corpses into his storage bag, he instructed Wu Yang and the others to get into the chariot and leave this place far away. After that, he released the thunderstorm spell to blow up the Interrealm Passage. Chapter 440. After saying goodbye to Zhu Tong, Su Chen returned to the intelligent war chariot and set off for Deep Burn Island. By the time they were halfway there, the sky had already turned completely dark. It had been a long day and everyone was a little tired. Su Chen decided to stop the intelligent war chariot and rest for the night. After that, Yang Hao and the others began to prepare dinner. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone found a place to rest. Su Chen lay in the driver's seat and activated the Doomsday Shopping Center. His energy points had already exceeded 10,000. It would be a waste to keep them. It was time to increase his strength again. However, there were still many things that could be exchanged for 10,000 energy points. He could not decide which one to exchange for. After thinking about it, he finally decided to start with weapons. At the moment, he still lacked a sharp weapon that could kill with one blow. Although the enchanted sword was not bad, its main attack power still relied on magic. It could not fully unleash his strength as an evolved person. Among the weapons, the Chaos Skysplitter sword and the Xinyuan sword should be good choices. The former was 10,000 energy points, while the latter was 5,000 energy points. Following the principle of getting what you pay for, Su Chen chose to exchange for the Chaos Skysplitter sword. The moment the exchange was successful, a 2-meter-long pitch-black sword suddenly appeared in his hand. From the outside, there was nothing special about it. However, Su Chen could clearly feel an extremely sharp sword aura and killing intent hidden in the sword. He even had an illusion that as long as he held the sword and swung it forward, no matter what was in front of him, it would be destroyed. Good sword. Su Chen was excited. He reached out and touched the Chaos Skysplitter sword. However, at this moment, a feedback message was sent to his mind. The Chaos Skysplitter sword's biggest feature was that it had the power to tear space. When the sword was swung, a space vortex would appear in front of it. Once the opponent fell into it, they would suffer a fatal blow from the tearing space. Those below the same level would instantly turn into nothingness after being hit by this attack. Those who were one level higher would also die unless their physical bodies were exceptionally strong. After reading the feedback, Su Chen clicked his tongue, and a touch of excitement appeared on his face. With his strength and the help of the chaotic sky-splitting sword, he was confident that he could defeat or even kill an opponent 2 levels higher than him. There was no doubt that Su Chen's current strength had increased by a large margin, and he had taken another solid step on the path of invincibility. After a while, he put the Chaos Sky-Splitting sword into his storage bag and opened the planting space to check. The moment the plant dimension was opened, a majestic life force and spiritual power filled it. "Master, you're here." Sensing Su Chen's arrival, the longevity fruit tree asked respectfully. "Xiaoshou, has your fruit ripened?" Su Chen asked. In the past, he had entered the plant dimension several times, but he had never felt such a strong life force, so he had his suspicions. "Master, the longevity fruit has matured. You can harvest it now." The longevity fruit tree replied affirmatively. Originally, according to the normal growth cycle, it would take several years for the longevity fruit to ripen. However, after absorbing the energy of the Abyss Black Poria and with the help of the Time Accelerator, the ripening time was shortened by 100 times. This made Su Chen pleasantly surprised and excited. After taking a breath, Su Chen asked, "Do I need to consume it immediately after I harvest it?" He thought that he had no use for the longevity fruit now. It would be best if he could store it. However, he was worried that the life force in the fruit would disappear. Chapter 441. As long as you don't leave this space, even if you store them for 100,000 or even 1,000,000 years, there won't be any signs of loss, the longevity fruit tree said solemnly. After getting the confirmation from the longevity fruit tree, Suchen quickly took action and plucked the 10 longevity fruits one by one. Then, he turned his gaze to the essence fruit tree. At this time, the essence fruit tree was still in a deep sleep, but the fruit it bore had changed from the size of a peanut to the size of an egg. Little show, are the essence fruits about to ripen? Suchen asked. The essence fruit could increase the strength of one's mental strength, which meant that it could increase one's combat strength. This was what he needed the most at the moment. Therefore, he paid special attention to the essence fruit. Master, when the essence fruit tree wakes up, the fruit will naturally ripen. It shouldn't take many days, the longevity fruit tree replied. Suchen nodded slightly, then closed the planting space. Master, we found the figure of a mutated race nearby. At this time, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded him. Mutated race? Suchen raised his eyebrows and looked at the central control screen. He saw that less than 100 miles away, there was a black dot moving quickly. It was extremely fast. Satoshi, lock on to the mutated race and zoom in on the image, Suchen ordered. Yes. The image on the central control screen changed, and soon, a mutated race man with a pair of black wings, light blue skin, and 2 long and narrow fangs at the corner of his mouth appeared. Night Devil race. Suchen recognized the other party's origin at a glance, and his expression changed slightly. Back then, when he was in Full Moon City, he had killed a woman from the Night Devil race and learned from her that there was a boundary passage at Wanlian Mountain Island. And this man from the Night Devil race was most likely from Wanlian Mountain Island. As one of the 5 super races, the Night Devil race had attracted his attention. Satoshi, what level is he at? Suchen asked again. Level 5 Evolver, the intelligent war chariot said directly. Level 5. Suchen raised his eyebrows. No matter which clan a level 5 cultivator was from, he could kill them with one hand. However, when he was interrogated by the Night Demon Woman, he found out that the realm passage on 10,000 Links Mountain Island was very unstable. The highest level of night demons that could come out was level 3 and below. If the Night Demon Woman wasn't lying, didn't that mean that the realm passage of the myriad linked mountain island had become much more stable? At least level 5 cultivators could enter and leave freely. Then, would there be night demons of a higher level? Considering that he had to make a trip to myriad linked mountain island, it would be best to find out more about the Night Demon clan before that. Thus, he decided to capture that Night Demon clan member and interrogate him. After saying goodbye to Wu Yang and the others, Suchen left the intelligent war chariot and used One Step to Heaven. He also activated Rapid Speed Boots and chased after the Night Demon. Rapid Combat Boots had been upgraded several times, and the effect of increasing one's speed increased with each passing day. Suchen was only a level 5 evolver, but his speed was comparable to a level 7 evolver. After spending about half an hour, he caught up with the Night Demon Man. The Night Demon Man noticed that someone had appeared behind him. His expression turned cold, and he suddenly turned around to look. When he saw that it was a young human who had chased after him, he was startled and asked in surprise, "Human, how can you fly?" Everyone knew that humans didn't have the ability to fly, so how did this human do it? This caused him great concern. Chapter 442. It's none of your business whether I can fly or not. Suchen curled his lips and scolded. Why do you speak our language? The Night Demon Man was shocked. The young human in front of him could not only fly, but also speak their language, which made him feel very strange. You talk too much. Suchen snorted and said coldly, Tell me where you come from, and I can spare you from physical pain. Are you threatening me? The man from the Night Demon race was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed wildly and said, Human, are you tired of living? Since you know who I am, how dare you speak so rudely? Is there something wrong with your brain? The Night Demon race was a super race, and he was a level 5 evolver. A mere human dared to be so arrogant in front of him. What a joke. Seems like you're forcing me to make a move. Su Chen rubbed his nose and didn't say anything more. He charged straight at the Night Demon Man. You're also a level 5 evolver? But do you think you can defeat me with this little ability? Wishful thinking. The Night Demon Man looked at Su Chen with disdain. He punched out as Su Chen rushed toward him. Although they were at the same level, the Night Demon race's physical body was ranked first among all the races. In his opinion, with this punch, the human in front of him would be severely injured even if he did not die. Go to hell. The Night Demon Man sneered and punched towards Su Chen's face. Su Chen curled his lips and reached out to grab the Night Demon Man's fist, making him unable to move. Why are your physical body and strength so strong? The Night Demon Man's eyes were filled with fear as he screamed. At this moment, he felt like he was hallucinating. The human in front of him was like a towering mountain. No matter how he struggled, he could not move him at all. There are many things you don't know. Su Chen's lips curled into a strange smile. Then he exerted a little force, and with a crack, the Night Demon Man's fist was smashed into a pile of meat. Intense pain surged into his heart, and the man from the Night Demon clan let out a shrill scream that reverberated in the dark night sky. Noisy! Su Chen snorted and knocked the Night Demon out with a punch. Then he carried him back to the intelligent chariot. Human, how dare you attack my Night Devil clan? Let me go, or you'll have to bear the consequences. The Night Demon Man found himself tied up in a strange place and roared angrily. Is this guy an idiot? You still dare to be so arrogant? Why don't we stick to the old rules and just gouge out your eyeballs? I might as well smash this thing to death with a hammer. Jianghu and the other two were standing around, discussing how to deal with the Night Demon Man. Su Chen interrupted with a smile. Don't be in such a hurry. I still have something to ask him. If he refuses to admit it, it won't be too late for you to make a move. Then he stared at the Night Demon Man and said coldly, You came from Myriad-linked Mountain Island, right? Tell me about the situation there. Hee. The Night Demon Man sneered disdainfully. Human, you do have some skills, but if you want to go against the Night Demon clan, Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, he screamed in pain. It was Su Chen who broke one of his arms with a stomp. If you dare to speak rudely again, I'll cut you into pieces. Su Chen's face was cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. The Night Demon Man's mouth trembled. He was furious, but he did not dare to talk back to Su Chen. Chapter 443. Later, under the torture of Su Chen and the others, the man of the Night Demon clan completely broke down and confessed everything. It turned out that the interworld passage at 10,000 Mountains Island had stabilized. Level 5 cultivators could enter and leave freely. A level 6 cultivator had also come out and was now guarding 10,000 Mountains Island. The entire island had been taken over by the Night Demon clan. The original humans, zombies, and mutated beasts on the island had all been slaughtered. After receiving news of 10,000 Mountains Island, Su Chen blasted the Night Demon Man's head with a punch. The moment he fell, 10 shards flashed on his body. Su Chen picked them up one by one. The first 9 shards were not very useful and were exchanged for energy points. The last shard made him a little excited. It was a God Stone shard, and a brand new one at that. It was the Aquamarine Mercury Stone. Not bad. Su Chen's mouth curled into a smile. After dealing with the Night Demon Man's body, the group continued to rest. The next day, the intelligent war chariot continued its journey to Deep Burn Island and arrived at the island in less than an hour. On the central control screen, Su Chen found that not far from where they were, there were more than a dozen humans busying themselves. This made him very confused. Logically speaking, Deep Burn Island was the Titans' territory. The humans should have killed them long ago. Could it be that they are all experts? Thinking of this, Su Chen asked the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, what level are those humans at? Master, they are not cultivators. They are a group of ordinary people. Ordinary people? Su Chen was even more confused. How could ordinary people survive under the Titans' noses? This was too unbelievable. Let's go and take a look, Su Chen said and walked straight out of the vehicle. Not long after, Su Chen and the others appeared in front of this group of people. There were 15 of them and they were scattered in the forest, picking some fruits and other things. Su Chen walked to the side of an old man and asked softly, "Uncle, are you collecting food?" The appearance of Su Chen and the others surprised the old man. He stared at Su Chen and said, "Little brother, you're not from Deep Flame Island, are you?" Su Chen nodded and said with a smile, "I have indeed just arrived. I have something to inquire about." The old man sighed and reminded him, "I don't care what you're here for. I advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll be killed." Su Chen rubbed his nose and asked casually, "Why would it bring about a fatal disaster?" He didn't understand. Since there was danger here, why would ordinary people like them stay here? There are 4 titans on the island. They are extremely strong and powerful. If you are discovered by them, you will be in trouble, the old man said in a deep voice. Su Chen knew that the old man was doing it for his own good. However, he was still a little confused and asked, "Uncle, why don't you leave this place? Our relatives are under their control. We can only work for them." The old man smiled bitterly. "Oh," Su Chen said in realization. Thump, thump. However, at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Immediately after, a 20-meter-tall blue giant walked slowly in their line of sight. "You're finished now." The old man sighed deeply. The appearance of the titans meant that Su Chen and the others would definitely not be able to escape. They would definitely end up in a miserable state. Chapter 444. It seems to be a young titan giant. Su Chen sized up the titan giant and muttered to himself. An adult titan giant was 50 meters tall. The one in front of them was only 20 meters tall, so it was considered a young titan giant. "Oh, there are a few more humans. That's great." The young titan giant's eyes lit up when he noticed Su Chen and the others. He even started drooling. In his eyes, humans were actually a type of very delicious food. He had eaten many humans when he first came to Deep Burn Island. However, as the number of humans decreased, he had not eaten such delicious food for a long time. He missed it very much. Now that Su Chen and the others had appeared, he would not miss it. "Be obedient and be my food, don't resist." The young titan giant grinned and reached out to grab Su Chen and the others. Yang Hao and the others' expressions changed when they saw this. The young titan giant's hand was like a small mountain, giving them a heavy psychological pressure. "You want to eat us?" Su Chen sneered and strode forward. He reached out and clawed upward. What is he trying to do? Seeing Su Chen's strange action, the old man at the side was stunned. If Su Chen was compared to the young titan giant, he was only the size of the latter's finger. The difference in size was too great. How could he fight it head-on? Wasn't this like hitting a rock with an egg? The young titan giant thought that Su Chen was provoking him and was instantly enraged. He changed the direction of his claw and went straight for Su Chen. Su Chen waited until the big hand was about to grab him before he suddenly released his spiritual power to wrap around it. Although the young titan giant was huge in size, he only had the strength of a level 3 evolver. Even if his strength was far superior to his peers, he could not break free from Su Chen's level 5 spiritual power. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp. "Human, you're a level 5 telekinesis master?" The young titan's expression changed a little. To be able to bind him to this extent, a level 4 spirit reader was definitely unable to do so. Su Chen pursed his lips and reached out to grab one of the young titan's fingers. Then, he performed the heavenly hundredfold vigorous technique and lifted it up easily. Then, he slammed him to the ground. Boom! Amid a deafening boom, the young titan was sprawled out on the ground. With him at the center, the ground around him was riddled with cracks that resembled a massive spiderweb. At this moment, the young titan was in a daze, and even thought that he was still in a dream. Although he was still young, his weight had reached tens of thousands of kilograms. How could he be thrown to the ground like a dead dog by a weak human? When did the human race become so ferocious? Did he evolve? He had become the god of strength? What terrifying strength! When the old man saw this, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. After holding on for a while, he finally fell to the ground powerlessly. The hearts of Wu Yang and the others surged. They had all seen Su Chen's invincible divine strength. However, every time, it would cause them to feel an extremely strong sense of shock. This time was no exception. The Titans, who were known for their strength, were like ants in Su Chen's hands. It was unbelievable. Su Chen caught his breath and released the wood elemental entanglement technique. After firmly binding the young Titan, he jumped onto his face. If you don't want to die, shout loudly. Call your parents and brothers and sisters over. Su Chen lowered his head and glanced at it, shouting softly. His goal was clear. There were a total of 4 Titans here. If he captured one, there would be 3 left. Naturally, he would capture all of them in one go. Chapter 445. The young Titan felt extremely humiliated, and flames of hatred burst forth from its eyes. Although the Titan tribe was not one of the 5 supreme tribes, they were still one of the strongest tribes among the tens of thousands of tribes. He had never thought that he would be humiliated by a human. Human, let me go at once. Otherwise, I'll make you beg for death. The young Titan roared furiously. Su Chen pursed his lips. He lifted his leg and stomped down hard. The crisp sound of bones cracking could be heard. A part of the young Titan's huge forehead immediately caved in. Ah! The young Titan cried out in pain. This young man is crazy. The old man at the side clicked his tongue. He could not help but retreat. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated hundreds of meters and put some distance between himself and Su Chen. He could clearly see that Su Chen seemed to be torturing the young Titan. He was too bold. If he did that, he would definitely attract the rest of the Titans. When that happened, he would have to face the wrath of 3 adult Titans. He would probably be crushed to death in a single blow. In truth, he did not know that Su Chen's objective was to attract the rest of the Titans. As expected, after the young Titan cried out a few times, a few furious roars came from the center of Deep Burn Island. Immediately after, the entire island began to tremble as if there was an earthquake. Thump, thump, thump. Amid a series of hurried footsteps, 3 huge figures approached from afar. They were like 3 moving mountains. It was a shocking sight. Boom! When the 3 Titans came close, they stomped on the ground, causing the ground to rumble. A deep pit was formed from their stomps. From this, one could see how powerful he was. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He saw that the 3 Titans were over 40 meters tall. The one in the middle, in particular, was 50 meters tall. Moreover, their auras were as vast as the ocean. It was so oppressive that Wu Yang and the others could hardly breathe. One of them is at level 5, and the other 2 are at level 4, Su Chen mumbled confidently. He quickly determined the levels of the 3 Titans based on the aura they exuded. However, the Titans were massive in size and had immense strength. Their true combat strength far exceeded those of the same level. Even a cultivator who was a level higher than them would not be able to gain any advantage over them. Human, let go of my son, or I'll skin you alive. The 50-meter-tall Titan stared at Su Chen with bone-chilling eyes. It was as if it was resisting the urge to tear Su Chen to shreds. The other 2 Titans were also glaring at Su Chen with gritted teeth. They were already treating Su Chen as a dead man. A mere puny human had actually dared to humiliate the Titan race. He deserved to die 1,000 times over. Unforgivable. They all secretly swore that no matter what, they would kill Su Chen today. Su Chen rubbed his nose. Under the gaze of the 3 Titans, he suddenly punched the young Titan in between his eyebrows. There was an explosion with a bam. The young Titan's huge head exploded, and he died on the spot. At the same time, 10 shards appeared on his corpse. Arg! I'll kill you! The 50-meter-tall Titan watched his son die tragically in front of him, and a violent anger rose to the sky. Like an erupting volcano, he rushed straight towards Su Chen. Kill him! The other 2 Titans were also enraged. They attacked Su Chen at the same time. Chapter 446. The 3 Titans joined forces. Their imposing manner was majestic, like raging waves, directly crushing towards Su Chen. If it had been anyone else, they would have been immobilized by the pressure. But what kind of storms and waves had Su Chen not seen before, and who knew how many experts he had killed? As the three titans charged over, he raised his hand and swung his sword horizontally. Suddenly, a terrifying chill swept across the area. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to have been frozen, and the three titans were sealed in ice without being able to resist. The two level 4 titans soon lost consciousness and their lives were draining away. However, the level 5 titan did not give up. It struggled wildly and tried to break free. However, what he did was useless. Su Chen's frost spell was a combination of the northern chill ice and the mysterious ice of the 9th level, and its power was comparable to a level 7 frost spell. How could a level 5 titan break free from it? After trapping the 3 titans, Su Chen put away his enchanted sword and took out a black sword. He had not obtained the chaotic sky-splitting sword for long and did not know how powerful it was. Now was the time to test it out. Suddenly, Su Chen swung his sword. In front of where the long sword was pointing, a black hole about 10 feet in size strangely appeared. There seemed to be a vast starry sky in the black hole, and it contained a terrifying killing intent. Immediately afterward, the black hole rotated and quickly appeared on the 3 titans. There was a sizzling sound as the titans were reduced to nothingness when they came into contact with the black hole. In the blink of an eye, the 3 huge titans disappeared without a trace under the corrosion of the black hole. What terrifying killing power! Even though Su Chen had long been looking forward to the chaos sky-splitting sword, he was still shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. Brother Chen is getting more and more amazing. Yang Hao muttered in a daze. Wu Yang and the rest were also shocked. It was their first time seeing Su Chen use such a terrifying weapon to kill his enemies. The old man not far away was completely dumbfounded. He felt that the scene before him was unreal and even wondered if he was dreaming. The 3 powerful adult titans were no match for Su Chen? They were killed in one move? Not even their corpses were left. They had all disappeared from this world. So, we humans can have such powerful people too. The old man exclaimed. When the 3 titan giants disappeared and died, a large area of sparkling fragments appeared where they had been. They were densely packed and dazzling, and a rough estimate showed that there were over 1,000 of them. There was also a purple gold shard among them. Su Chen suppressed his excitement and started to pick up the shards. Picked up 2,000 energy points, shard *111. Shards full. Can be used or exchanged for energy points. Use. After more than an hour, all the shards were picked up. Su Chen checked the harvest and found that the energy points had reached 3,000 points. Also, he had successfully collected the Brilliant Shadow Quenching Stone. The Brilliant Shadow Quenching Stone also weighed 500 kilograms. It was indestructible and had the ability to break through defenses. Glancing at the 4 god stones in his storage bag, Su Chen's thoughts started to turn. If he had the time, he would use the fusion gem to fuse them. With the 4 god stones added together, their weight alone was 40,000 kilograms. Even a level 7 evolver would not feel good if they were hit. Chapter 447. Since the purpose of this trip to Deep Flame Island had been achieved, Su Chen took everyone back to the Intelligent War Chariot and left. The Intelligent War Chariot traveled for a few hours before an alarm suddenly sounded on the central control screen. Warning: a large number of foreign race creatures have been discovered nearby. Su Chen's expression changed and he hurriedly looked at the central control screen. He saw that there were countless black spots everywhere on an island called Deqian. There were probably millions of them. So many foreign race creatures? Su Chen was a little moved. Originally, he planned to go to Wan Lian Mountain Island, but since he had encountered so many foreign race creatures, he naturally did not want to give up. However, there were too many foreign race creatures. If he went there rashly, he might encounter danger. After pondering for a while, Su Chen said, "Satoshi, lock onto those foreign race creatures and zoom in on the image of Deqian Island." The image on the central control screen changed for a while, and soon the traces of various types of insect beasts appeared. Since there were so many insect beasts, There must be a domain passage connected to the insect race on Dechen Island. Su Chen had never dealt with the insect race before and did not know the strength of the insect race. He asked, Satoshi, how strong are these insect beasts? Master, most of them are ordinary insect beasts. The highest level is a level 3 blood jade spider, the intelligent war chariot immediately replied. Hearing this, Su Chen's thoughts turned. The intelligent war chariot was now in its level 5 form and had the ability to defend against the attacks of level 5 cultivators. In other words, no matter how many insect beasts there were on Dechen Island, they would not be able to hurt it. As for himself, he had the ancient god-fiend body and was also in existence that could do whatever he wanted. In this way, there would be no danger when going to Dechen Island. However, there was still a crucial point. He had not killed any insect beasts before and did not know if there would be fragments. If there were no fragments, there would be no point in going to Dechen Island. After thinking about it, Su Chen still decided to make a trip. If there were fragments, he would kill all the insect beasts on the island. If he couldn't get a fragment, he could just turn around and leave. He wouldn't waste too much time. Satoshi, change directions and head to the Great Thousand Islands. Su Chen ordered. Got it. The intelligent war chariot locked onto the Great Thousand Island and sped over. In less than an hour, the intelligent war chariot arrived at the Great Thousand Island. At this time, the Great Thousand Island was a barren scene. There were insects and beasts everywhere. There were all kinds of insects and beasts. There were ants the size of a fist, cockroaches the size of a face, centipedes that were several meters long. There were also some unknown flying insects. They covered the sky and covered the earth in countless numbers. Just looking at it would make one's scalp go numb. Isn't this too much? Yang Hao clicked his tongue, goosebumps appearing all over his body. The other people's expressions were also ugly, especially Tan Lin and the other two women. They all closed their eyes and stopped watching. They're starting to attack. Wu Yang reminded. The appearance of the intelligent war chariot quickly attracted the attention of the insect beasts on the island. They watched for a while and launched an attack at the intelligent war chariot. Almost in the blink of an eye, the intelligent war chariot was drowned by the insect beasts. Master, do you want to destroy them? The intelligent war chariot asked. There's no hurry, Su Chen replied. Most of the insects outside were ordinary insects. With the attack power of the intelligent war chariot, it was too easy to kill them. Therefore, he wanted to wait for more insect beasts to gather before letting the intelligent war chariot take action. Chapter 448. After waiting for a while, when the number of Zerg beasts reached tens of thousands, Su Chen suddenly said, Satoshi, destroy them. The intelligent war chariot immediately released the magnetic storm net. The strong electric current was like a flood, wreaking havoc among the Zerg beasts. The power of the magnetic storm net was enough to kill a level 4 evolved being. Dealing with a group of normal Zerg beasts was as easy as chopping vegetables. Any Zerg beasts that were touched by the electric current turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. After releasing the magnetic storm net once, the area around the intelligent war chariot became a vacuum. There was nothing on the ground except for a thick layer of black ashes. Su Chen quickly scanned his surroundings and saw that there were only 5 fragments on the ground. Killing tens of thousands of Zerg beasts and only 5 fragments were dropped. The probability was too low. Even if he killed all the Zerg beasts on the island, he would only get a few hundred fragments at most. Su Chen was very dissatisfied with this number. Just as he was about to leave, the intelligent war chariot suddenly spoke. Master, I have detected a large number of energy stones in a cave in front. What is the highest level? Su Chen suddenly moved. Energy stones and energy stones had the same function. If there were level 6 energy stones, this trip would not be a waste. The highest level is level 6, the intelligent war chariot replied with certainty. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Level 6 energy stones were too important to him and he was in short supply. Whether it was to upgrade the intelligent war chariot to level 6 or the time accelerator, they would all be useful. Satoshi, head to the cave. Su Chen ordered. He then got out of the car and quickly picked up the 5 fragments. At this moment, the Zerg beasts around them charged again. You don't know what's good for you. Su Chen snorted and attacked continuously. With lightning speed, he killed tens of thousands of Zerg beasts in an instant. However, there were too many Zerg beasts. Even if tens of thousands of Zerg beasts died, it was not a big deal to them. The remaining Zerg beasts continued to charge forward dauntlessly. Just as Su Chen was about to attack again, he received a strong signal from the pet breeding space. Su Chen made a soft sound and did not think much about it. He opened the pet raising space directly. Immediately after that, a red beam of light shot out from within. It quickly transformed into a fist-sized blood-red mosquito, which hovered before Su Chen. Little Jean, why did you contact me? Su Chen asked. Master, I have a way to deal with these insect beasts, the super-ancient devouring adamantine mosquito said confidently. Su Chen suddenly remembered that the super-ancient devouring adamantine mosquito was also an insect beast. Was there a way to restrain other insect beasts? Alright, I'll leave these insectoids to you. Su Chen seemed to be very confident in the super-devouring ancient adamantine mosquito. Master, I won't disappoint you. The super-ancient devouring Vajra mosquito immediately released its pressure. As a level 6 insect beast, its aura was extremely terrifying. When the insectoids that were rushing over felt the pressure, they all stopped and looked very scared. Get out of my sight. The super-ancient devouring adamantine mosquito was like an emperor. Its aura was majestic as it roared loudly. As soon as it finished speaking, all the insectoids were so scared that they turned around and ran. Like the receding tide, they retreated a few miles in the blink of an eye. Chapter 450. After a night's rest on the Great Thousand Island, the next morning, the intelligent war chariot sailed toward the Myriad Mountains Island. The two places were relatively far apart. According to the speed of the intelligent war chariot, it would take at least 2 days to arrive. During this period, Su Chen didn't want to be idle. He stared at the central control screen, searching for the whereabouts of the sea beasts. On the first day, he found traces of sea beasts, but there were too few of them, so he didn't bother to chase after them. At noon the next day, 2 blue dots appeared in the monitoring range of the central control screen. They were very fast, almost as fast as the intelligent war chariot. There are ships that are so fast? Su Chen muttered and turned to the intelligent war chariot and said, Satoshi, lock on the 2 blue dots and zoom in. The picture on the central control screen changed, and soon the figures of 2 ships appeared. The 2 ships were one big and one small. The one in front was a small wooden ship, and the one behind was a huge iron ship, which was more than 100 meters long. Su Chen hadn't seen many ships before, and all of them were made of wood. It was the first time for him to see an iron ship like the one on the central control screen. He immediately had a strong interest in it. After watching for a while, he found that the 2 ships were in a state of chase. The small wooden ship was escaping, and the iron ship was chasing after it. He had encountered this situation once when he first entered the remote sea. At that time, the pirate ship on the sand island was also chasing a small wooden ship. Could it be that the iron ship is also a pirate ship? Su Chen pondered for a while and felt that this possibility was not great, because the iron ship looked very stylish, like a ship of a big force. It was not comparable to a pirate ship at all. Without figuring out the situation, he withdrew his gaze and stopped paying attention. It had nothing to do with him, so he didn't care. No matter what the situation was, it had nothing to do with him. About an hour later, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded him, Master, the 2 ships are heading toward us. Su Chen said softly and slowly opened his eyes. He was a little suspicious. Was the other party deliberately coming towards him? Otherwise, with the sea being so vast, the chances of them bumping into each other would be too small. Satoshi, stop. Su Chen ordered. Different situations call for different actions, and he wanted to see exactly what the other party's intentions were. Not long after the intelligent war chariot stopped, the 2 ships rushed over. They really did come here. Su Chen gradually narrowed his eyes, opened the car door and walked out alone. When the small wooden boat approached, a beautiful young woman on the boat glanced at Su Chen. Then she gritted her teeth and threw a cloth bag at Su Chen. Su Chen released his mental power and extended it into the pouch. Soon he found 3 verdant fruits inside. Each fruit was the size of a fist and exuded vigorous energy waves. Su Chen instinctively felt that these 3 fruits were extraordinary. He then opened the planting dimension and communicated with the longevity fruit tree. Xiao Shou, what fruit is this? Su Chen sent the 3 fruits to the longevity fruit tree and asked. The longevity fruit tree stared at it for a while and said excitedly, Master, this is the primordial spirit-shaping fruit. It was the first time Su Chen heard of it. He asked, what's the specific use? The primordial spirit-shaping fruit is only effective for spirit readers. After eating it, it can split a primordial spirit and nurture a puppet body that is exactly the same as the original body. It also has the same combat power as the original body. The longevity fruit tree took a deep breath and explained. Chapter 451. Really? Su Chen's expression changed and he could no longer remain calm. With his invincible strength and ability to kill enemies of a higher level, if he obtained a puppet body with the same combat power as his original body, how much would his strength soar? It would probably be extremely easy for him to kill enemies of 2 levels higher. Master, it's absolutely true, the longevity fruit tree replied affirmatively. Su Chen slowly calmed down and continued to ask, how many primordial spirit-shaping fruits do I need to build my second primordial spirit? Su Chen frowned slightly. He only had 3 in his hands and he still needed 7 more to build his second primordial spirit. Where were the remaining 7? Were they still in the hands of the young girl? Regardless of whether they were in the hands of the other party, the primordial spirit-shaping fruits were thrown by the other party after all. He had to ask the other party about it. Su Chen was planning to let the intelligent war chariot chase after the small wooden boat, but the iron boat blocked the intelligent war chariot's path. Following that, more than a dozen men appeared on the iron boat. The leader was a dark-faced old man in his 70s and a handsome young man in luxurious clothes. After they sized up Su Chen, the young man threatened, Boy, hand over the thing and we can spare your life. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said lightly, What thing? Why should I give it to you? He knew in his heart that the other party must be asking for the primordial spirit-shaping fruits. However, the primordial spirit-shaping fruits were thrown by the young girl. What did it have to do with the other party? Why should he hand it over? Boy, don't pretend to be confused. Do you know who we are? If you don't hand over the thing obediently, don't even think about leaving alive today. The young man's voice gradually became cold and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Su Chen smiled and his eyes gradually narrowed. He had seen many such self-righteous people. Almost everywhere he went, he would meet such people who used their identity to threaten him. However, in the end, they usually died in his hands. I won't hand it over. What can you do about it? Su Chen said contemptuously. The soul-sculpting fruit's usefulness to him was self-evident. It was absolutely impossible for him to give it away. So you're forcing me to make a move? The young man snorted coldly and gave a look to a muscular man in black beside him. The black-clothed man understood tacitly. Just as he was about to take action, he was interrupted by the dark-faced old man. Young master, there's no need to rush. Then, he turned to Su Chen and said in a gentle tone, Friend, the 3 fruits in your hand belong to us. They were stolen by someone before. We are currently chasing after her. Please return them to us. Although Su Chen was young, he gave him an unfathomable feeling. Without knowing Su Chen's background, he didn't want to have a conflict with Su Chen. You said it's yours. Do you have any evidence? Su Chen said indifferently. He had no idea whether the other party was telling the truth or not. However, one thing was clear. The dark-faced old man and the others were chasing the young girl for the soul-sculpting fruit. The young girl threw the soul-sculpting fruit to him in order to cause trouble. She could take the opportunity to escape when he had a conflict with the dark-faced man and the others. It could be said that the young girl's move was very insidious. What evidence do you want? A hint of anger appeared on the dark-faced old man's face. With his identity, he had already given Su Chen enough face by speaking calmly to Su Chen. He didn't expect Su Chen to not know what was good for him and still want evidence from him. He was already a little angry. Chapter 452. Take out the spirit plant for me to see. If it's real, I might consider it. Su Chen said. The reason why he said this was to confirm whether or not the other party had a spirit-shaped fruit tree. Old G, this kid doesn't want any face. There's no need to waste your breath on him. The young man gritted his teeth, his expression full of anger. The dark-faced old man coldly stared at Su Chen and suddenly snorted, Yuan Lang, teach him a lesson. They didn't have a spirit-shaped fruit tree. Even if they did, they wouldn't take it out. Since Su Chen didn't know what was good for him, he could only take action. Yes. The black-clothed man, Yuan Lang, responded and jumped onto the intelligent war chariot. He immediately reached out to grab Su Chen. Just a level 4 evolver. Su Chen curled his lips, a touch of contempt appearing on his face. A level 4 evolver in other places could be considered a strong person. But in his eyes, it was a bit lacking. Just as Yuan Lang's big hand was about to grab him, Su Chen released his mental power and easily restrained Yuan Lang until he couldn't move. Spirit Reader! Yuan Lang cried out in alarm. To be able to imprison a level 4 evolver to this extent, the young man in front of him must be a spirit reader without a doubt. Moreover, he must be a very high-level spirit reader, at least level 5. Thinking that he was going to make a move against a level 5 spirit reader, Yuan Lang's heart was filled with a deep layer of fear. The strength of a level 5 spirit reader was self-evident. At this moment, his life and death was completely in the hands of Su Chen. As long as Su Chen willed it, Yuan Lang would die on the spot. Level 5 spirit reader. There was also a commotion on the metal ship. The number of spirit readers was already very small, and at level 5, they were even rarer. Who would have thought that they would meet one here? How can there be such a young level 5 spirit reader? The dark-faced old man's face was uncertain. After pondering for a while, he raised his voice and said, Friend, please wait. We are from the Feng family of the Xiantian continent's Feng Shi dynasty. In order to make Su Chen wary and to save Yuan Lang, he had no choice but to reveal his identity. Feng Shi dynasty, Feng clan? Su Chen muttered. Before he left Thousand Feather Island, he had studied the mysterious heavenly mainland. The mysterious heavenly mainland was divided into 4 major forces. They were the Wind Shi dynasty, the Forgotten Autumn Mountain, the Holy Empire, and the Manyu Shrine. As for the Feng clan, it was very likely that they were the ruling clan of the Feng Shi dynasty. Their strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Brat, now that you know who we are, hurry up and release Yuan Lang, the young man said arrogantly. He thought that by revealing his identity, he could intimidate Su Chen to a great extent, and Su Chen would not dare to run amok. Is the Wind Shi dynasty very awesome? Su Chen pursed his lips and said mockingly, You think I'll let you go just because you say so? Do you think I don't care about my reputation? As soon as he finished speaking, he controlled his mental strength and crushed Yuan Lang's head. The Wind Shi dynasty did have some strength, but so what? He had even killed many people from the 5 major clans, let alone the people of the Wind Shi dynasty. Seeing Su Chen kill without any hesitation, the old man's expression changed. The dark-faced old man and the others were a little confused. They really did not understand why Su Chen dared to be so unscrupulous when they had already revealed their identities. Did he think that he could dominate the world just because he was a level 5 spirit reader? After a short moment of silence, a monstrous anger rose from the metal ship. Attack together, kill him for me. The young man roared angrily. Kill. Suddenly, more than 10 men with weapons rushed toward Su Chen. Chapter 453. Seeing this, the corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Immediately he punched the air. Whoosh whoosh, the whistling wind of the fist broke through the air. All of a sudden, 100 dazzling golden fist shadows appeared in the air. Each fist shadow exuded an extremely fierce aura. When combined together, it was like an avalanche, giving people a strong sense of suffocation. What a terrifying aura! Seeing this scene, the young man on the iron boat's face changed greatly. Secret fist technique. He's also a powerful evolved person. The dark-faced old man was also shocked. At first, he thought that Su Chen was only a spiritual sense master. That was why he dared to let his subordinates attack Su Chen. Although a spiritual sense master's attack methods were strange, their physical fitness was no different from a spiritual sense master. They were more fragile. Once someone got close to them, they would not be able to defend themselves in time and would be easily killed. But man proposes, God disposes. He never thought that Su Chen was also an evolved person. Moreover, he was an evolved person who had a secret fist technique. As a result, his subordinates were in great danger. "Friend, please wait," the dark-faced old man shouted anxiously. Those subordinates were all evolved people. If they were all killed here, the loss would be too great. Su Chen sneered at this and punched from afar. Bang, bang, bang. In a series of explosions, the dozen or so humans were all smashed. They turned into a bloody mist and floated down from the sky. At the same time, a bloody smell filled the air. "You're too much." Seeing that Su Chen did not listen to his advice, the dark-faced old man's nose was crooked. "So what if I'm bullying you?" Su Chen sneered and jumped onto the iron boat. "Friend, I know you're strong, but our Wenshi dynasty is not to be trifled with. I advise you." Although the dark-faced old man was a level 5 evolved person, facing Su Chen who had 2 professions, his heart was still very weak. Just as he was about to use his identity to deal with Su Chen, he suddenly felt an invisible force crushing over him. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. The one who made the move was naturally Su Chen. He did not want to listen to the other party's blabbering. The instant he released his mental power to bind the dark-faced old man, he took advantage of the situation and rushed forward. His hand glowed with a golden light as he punched the dark-faced old man's chest. The dark-skinned old man's heart trembled when he felt a gust of wind blowing against his face. He struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the shackles of his mental strength. However, he was only a level 5 evolver. It was impossible for him to break free in a short period of time. There was a muffled bang. Su Chen's fist landed heavily on the dark-skinned old man's chest. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, a large part of the dark-faced old man's chest caved in, and he was heavily smashed to the ground. Fortunately, he was a level 5 evolver and Su Chen had spared his life, so he did not die. Even so, he was still seriously injured and lost the ability to move. Where are the remaining spiritual plants and fruits? Su Chen stared at the dark-skinned old man and asked coldly. "They are not with us. They are all in Shen Mengfei's hands." The dark-skinned old man endured the pain and hurriedly replied. He knew that his life and death were in Su Chen's hands, so he did not lie. "Shen Mengfei," Su Chen muttered and asked again, "is it the woman who was driving the small wooden boat?" The dark-skinned old man nodded. Su Chen turned his head and looked in the direction where Shen Mengfei left. Then, without any warning, he shot out a wind blade and ended the dark-skinned old man's life. Then, he glanced at the young man. With Su Chen's style of doing things, he would definitely cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. When his eyes met with Su Chen's, the young man trembled violently and knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "Senior, my father is a level 7 evolver. Please spare my life." Su Chen's expression froze as he let out a soft sound of surprise. He was not afraid of a level 7 evolver, but he was very confused. In the past, he had received news that the human race was the weakest race among the 10,000 races. Even the trash race like the Green Turtle tribe looked down on the human race. Influenced by what he saw, he also thought that the human race was very weak. It was not easy for 1 or 2 level 5 cultivators to appear. However, he did not expect that there would be a level 7 evolver. This way, It did not match the rumors in the outside world. Without knowing what was going on, Su Chen decided not to think about it. After killing the young man, he searched the metal boat but did not find anything valuable, so he returned to the intelligent chariot. Chapter 454. Immediately, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the control screen. On the screen, a blue dot was moving rapidly. She's running pretty fast. Su Chen muttered to himself and ordered the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, lock onto that small wooden boat and chase after it. The intelligent war chariot increased its horsepower and chased after it. Although the wooden boat that Shen Mengfei was driving was not big, it was extraordinarily fast. The intelligent war chariot had reached its maximum speed, but it still could not catch up. However, the distance between the two parties was shrinking bit by bit. There would be a day when they would catch up. Moreover, Shen Mengfei seemed to be heading towards the 10,000 Mountains Island. Su Chen was originally going to the 10,000 Mountains Island, so he was not in a hurry. An hour later, when the two parties were less than 30 miles apart, Shen Mengfei's boat suddenly changed direction and flew backward. When Su Chen was a little confused about the situation, the intelligent war chariot reminded him, "Master, you found traces of alien creatures." Su Chen looked at the control screen and saw more than a dozen black dots chasing after a blue. That blue dot was Shen Mengfei's boat. It was obvious that Shen Mengfei had changed her direction and fled after discovering the foreign creatures. Satoshi, enlarge the image, Su Chen said. Those alien creatures were very fast. He wanted to see which tribe they were from. The image on the control screen changed, and Shen Mengfei's boat soon appeared. Above the boat, there were more than a dozen aliens with a pair of black wings and blue skin flying. So it's the Night Demon Clan, Su Chen muttered. This place was not far from the 10,000 Mountains Island. It was not strange to encounter the Night Demon Clan. After a while, a small wooden boat appeared in front of them and headed straight for the intelligent war chariot. This guy is really sinister. Su Chen curled his lips and snorted. He could imagine that Shen Mengfei was definitely trying to draw the Night Demon clansmen to him. From this, it could be seen that Shen Mengfei's thoughts were still very vicious. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, if one was not ruthless, it would be difficult to survive. Su Chen could still understand this point. When the distance between the two sides was less than 100 meters, the night demons discovered the intelligent war chariot, and 5 of them immediately rushed over. Su Chen opened the car door and released a wind blade at the night demon clansmen flying over. Poochie, Poochie, 5 night demons were cut into minced meat on the spot and fell from the sky. At the same time, another 5 fragments slowly floated down. He's a powerful Dharma psychic. Let's retreat. When the remaining night demons saw this, they no longer cared about chasing after Shen Mengfei. They turned around and fled. Su Chen chased after them. He raised his hand and shot out another wind blade, easily killing all of them. Then he walked on the waves and began to pick up the fragments that had fallen. On the small wooden boat, Shen Mengfei was shocked by Su Chen's powerful strength. She was stunned for a moment. When Su Chen was not paying attention, she steered the boat to leave. However, at this moment, a cold voice entered her ears. "If you dare to move, I'll crush you." The person who spoke was none other than Su Chen. Shen Mengfei was shocked. Facing Su Chen's threat, she finally gave up on the idea of escaping. Su Chen finished picking up the fragments and returned to the intelligent war chariot. He shouted at Shen Mengfei, "Get over here." Chapter 455. Shen Mengfei was shocked. Under Su Chen's gaze, she obediently got onto the intelligent war chariot. She secretly sized up Su Chen and said timidly, "Senior, why did you call me over?" Hearing this, Su Chen almost could not help but slap her. Shen Mengfei had tricked him twice, but now she was pretending to be confused. However, Su Chen was mainly here for the primordial soul-shaped fruit tree, so he did not argue with her. He said bluntly, "Do you still have the 3 fruits you gave me before? Also, where is the spirit plant?" "I still have 3 spirit fruits, but the spirit plant is not with me." As Shen Mingfei spoke, she untied a cloth bag from her waist and placed it in Su Chen's hands. She knew very well that if she fell into Su Chen's hands, she would not be able to keep her life if she did not behave herself. After Su Chen confirmed that the 3 primordial soul-shaped fruit trees were intact, he kept them in the storage bag and asked coldly, "Where is the spirit plant and the other spirit fruits?" 6 primordial soul-shaped fruit trees were not enough to split out a second primordial spirit, so he had to get all the remaining fruits. "Senior, how do you know there are more spirit fruits?" Shen Mingfei was shocked. The primordial soul-shaped fruit tree did bear 10 fruits, but Su Chen had not seen them before. Why was he so sure that there were more spirit fruits? "Do I need to report to you how I know?" Su Chen scolded with a cold face, then threatened, "You'd better tell me honestly, or don't blame me for being rude." Shen Mingfei's heart trembled, and she looked at Su Chen in a daze. Su Chen was handsome and very young, but he was very powerful and ruthless. The dozen or so alien tribesmen were killed in seconds, showing Su Chen's ruthlessness. She did not dare to provoke Su Chen and said hurriedly, "Senior, the spirit plant is really not with me. As for the remaining spirit fruits, they should be with Feng Hanshua." "Where is that spirit plant? Who is Feng Hanshua?" Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Regardless of whether it was the primordial spirit sculpting fruit tree or the fruit, he was determined to obtain them. As for who had it, he wasn't worried. What he was worried about was if the primordial spirit shaping fruit tree was destroyed, or if the fruit was eaten, then his plan to split his second primordial spirit would be ruined. That spiritual plant is in the hands of Feng Shi Dynasty's Xixia Valley's Wuxia. Feng Hanshua is a core member of Feng Shi Dynasty's Feng family and is also a level 6 evolver. Shen Mingfei glanced at Su Chen again when she said this. Originally, she thought that Su Chen would be moved. After all, a level 6 evolver was a very powerful existence. However, Su Chen's expression remained indifferent from beginning to end, as if a level 6 evolver was nothing in his eyes. Seeing this, Shen Mingfei muttered, "Why isn't he afraid at all? Is he really strong enough to ignore level 6 evolvers?" After thinking about it, she felt that it was impossible. Although Su Chen was strong, he was too young. How could he be a match for a level 6 evolver? Su Chen was not sure if Shen Mingfei was telling the truth, so he asked, "What is your cultivation level?" "Senior, I am a level 3 evolver," Shen Mingfei replied honestly. "How could you come here from the mysterious heavenly continent with such a cultivation level?" Su Chen was puzzled. The dark-faced old man who was chasing after Shen Mingfei was a level 5 evolver. If Shen Mingfei was only a level 3 evolver, how could she have escaped? "Senior, my wooden boat is a magic treasure. Not only can it travel on land, but it can also travel on the sea. Moreover, it is very fast, which is why I could escape from him." Shen Mingfei pointed at the small wooden boat and explained. Chapter 456. Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded his head slightly. That small wooden boat looked ordinary, but it was very different from the intelligent war chariot. It had both water and land functions. Moreover, its speed was only slightly slower than the intelligent war chariot. There was a high possibility that it could escape from the Wind Shi Dynasty's people. "Where did you plan to go previously?" Su Chen continued to ask. The direction that Shen Mingfei had obtained previously seemed to be the Wanlian Mountain Island. However, the Wanlian Mountain Island was already controlled by the Night Devil clan. Wouldn't she be courting death if she went there? "Senior, I plan to go to the Wanlian Mountain Island. My grandfather is there." Shen Mingfei didn't hide anything. Su Chen shook his head and sighed. "The Wanlian Mountain Island has been occupied by the Night Devil clan. I'm afraid your grandfather is in trouble." "What?" Shen Mingfei's expression changed as she said anxiously, "Senior, please let me go. I want to go to the Wanlian Mountain Island immediately." "I'm also going to the Wanlian Mountain Island." "You can go with me," Su Chen said casually. In the future, he still needed Shen Mingfei to find the primordial spirit-shaping fruit tree. Su Chen naturally wouldn't let her leave. "Thank you, Senior." Shen Mingfei thanked him and said, "Senior, I'll drive my wooden boat and follow behind you. There's no need to go through so much trouble. You can stay here, Su Chen said in an unquestionable tone. Then he raised his hand and shot out a fireball, sinking the wooden boat. Shen Mengfei had a lot of ideas. What if she escaped with the boat when he wasn't paying attention? Therefore, Su Chen wouldn't give her this chance. Looking at her boat gradually sinking into the sea, Shen Mengfei's heart was bleeding. However, in front of Su Chen, she didn't dare to say anything. Come in with me. Su Chen didn't care about Shen Mengfei's feelings. He whispered and walked straight into the cabin. Shen Mengfei gritted her teeth and followed behind Su Chen helplessly. As soon as they entered the cabin, Yang Hao and the others immediately surrounded them and sized Shen Mengfei up. Shen Mengfei did not expect that there would be so many people in the cabin. She could not help but look around. Soon she realized that other than Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian, the others were all very young. However, the aura emitted from his body was unusually strong. It was obvious that they were all evolvers, and their cultivation levels were not below hers. Even the 7-year-old Duo was the same. Why are there so many high-level evolvers? Shen Mengfei was surprised. It was not hard to imagine the strength of Su Chen's team. Even in the mysterious heavenly mainland, they could sweep through a region. Satoshi, head to 10,000 Mountains Island. Su Chen first instructed the intelligent war chariot, and then said to Shen Mengfei, "You stay here obediently. When you help me get that spiritual plant, I will naturally let you go." "Yes, senior." Shen Mengfei nodded and found a place to rest. Yang Hao and the others watched for a while before dispersing. Half a day later, the intelligent war chariot slowly approached 10,000 Mountains Island. 10,000 Mountains Island was more than 10 times the size of Jianghu Island. What entered their sight was an endless stretch of towering mountains. At this time, tens of thousands of night demons were hovering above the island. When Shen Mengfei saw this scene, her heart sank to the bottom. With so many mutated tribesmen gathered on 10,000 Mountains Island, would there be any hope for her grandfather to survive? The mutated tribesmen were known for their ferocity. Almost everywhere they went, they would start a massacre. Her grandfather was only a level 3 evolver. It was almost impossible for him to survive. Chapter 457. The appearance of the intelligent war chariot quickly attracted the attention of the night demons. Instantly, hundreds of night demons flew over. Before they arrived, a murderous aura swept over. Shen Mengfei's expression froze. She reminded, "Senior, there are too many foreign races. Should we leave?" "Chen Gu is here to kill the foreign races, okay?" A meaningful smile appeared on Yang Hao's and the others' lips. Su Chen opened the car door and walked out as if he didn't hear anything. What is he trying to do? Shen Mengfei was extremely nervous and puzzled. She had witnessed Su Chen's strength. It was abnormally strong. However, there were hundreds of foreign races flying over. Could Su Chen fight 100 of them alone? So what if he could kill them? Would the tens of thousands of foreign races on the island just sit back and watch their compatriots be killed? Once they all charged over, they would all be buried here. Suddenly, 2 thunderstorms resounded in the sea. Su Chen had released 2 thunderstorms, killing the hundreds of night demons on the spot. What a powerful lightning-type spell. Seeing hundreds of night demon clansmen killed in an instant, Shen Mengfei was dumbfounded. What level is he at? Until now, she still didn't know Su Chen's exact cultivation level. Just as she was thinking about this, she suddenly realized that Su Chen wasn't just a one-type Dharma psychic. Previously, he had released wind and fire, and now he had released lightning. Didn't that mean that Su Chen was a 3-type Dharma psychic? And he had very deep attainments in each of them. It was terrifying to think about. It was unheard of. Shen Mengfei couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God! He's a 3-type Dharma psychic." When Yang Hao and the others heard this, they smiled but didn't say anything. They thought to themselves, "What Brother Chen has shown is only the tip of the iceberg, and you're already making such a big fuss over nothing. Won't you be scared to death when Brother Chen starts slaughtering everyone?" "Human, You dare to kill my night demons. You deserve to die. Soon, another few hundred night demons flew over. The leader was a middle-aged man with a rough appearance. His body was surrounded by a layer of extremely violent aura. Judging from his aura, he was a level 5 evolver. Want to kill me? Do you have the strength? Su Chen sneered and slashed with his blade. In an instant, a blue torrent swept out, and the terrifying will of thunder and lightning wreaked havoc. What level is this lightning-type spell? Shen Mengfei had never seen such a terrifying lightning attribute technique before. At this moment, her heart trembled. Amidst the screams, the hundreds of night demons couldn't resist and were all killed. The charred corpses fell into the sea like raindrops, and the waves kept rolling. Seeing this, Shen Mengfei's jaw almost dropped. A single spell was enough to kill a level 5 evolver and hundreds of other evolvers. It was simply unimaginable. Seeing Shen Mengfei's shocked expression, Yang Hao reminded her. Jianghu only used 1/10 of his strength. There's nothing to be surprised about. 1/10, Shen Mengfei opened her mouth, and her thoughts stopped. After the hundreds of night demons died, an angry roar came from Myriad Link's mountain island. Human, I want you dead. Then, a tall figure rushed over from the island. Are you preparing to save your grandfather? Su Chen laughed. The other party came in batches, and it was no different from suicide. Chapter 458. Go to hell. The tall night devil clansman rushed over and raised his hand to punch Su Chen. Instantly, a violent murderous aura spread out like a stormy sea, giving people a heavy sense of oppression. Yang Hao and the others found it hard to breathe under the erosion of the murderous aura. Shen Mengfei's expression changed as she cried out, a level 6 evolved being. A level 6 evolved being was the top existence in the mysterious heavenly continent. She could not help but worry for Su Chen. Originally, Su Chen's life and death had nothing to do with her. However, since she was on Su Chen's pirate ship, she was bound to Su Chen. If Su Chen was defeated, she would die with him. On the other side, Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly in the face of the ferocious punch. He instantly released his mental strength. Although he was only a level 5 telekinesis master, after consuming the essence fruit, his mentality had slightly surpassed level 6. It was enough to deal with a level 6 evolved being. The tall night demon suddenly felt an invisible force pressing down on him. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and all his movements were sluggish. Level 6 mentality. Sensing that Su Chen was a level 6 telekinesis master, the tall night demon was terrified and struggled with all his might. Su Chen would not give him a chance to break free. He raised his hand and cast a thunderstorm spell. No. The tall night demon let out a desperate roar before he was blasted into smithereens by the explosive power of the thunderstorm spell. He killed a level 6 evolved being so easily? Shen Mengfei's eyes widened in shock. A powerful level 6 evolver was killed by Su Chen in a single breath. He felt that it was unreal, as if he was in a dream. Master is dead. Despicable human. Avenge Master. The death of the tall night demon caused a wave of hatred on Myriad Mountains Island. All the night demons were united against a common enemy. They saw Su Chen as a target to be killed. The battle cries shook the heaven and earth as the night demons flew into the air and charged at Su Chen. In an instant, the sky was filled with the voices of the night demons. They were so dense that half of the sky was covered. At the same time, a majestic murderous aura rushed over, causing everyone on the intelligent war chariot to tremble in fear. Senior, let's go quickly. Shen Mengfei's face was pale as she shouted at Su Chen with trembling lips. In her opinion, even a level 7 evolver would have to flee if tens of thousands of aliens charged over at the same time. No matter how strong Su Chen was, it was impossible for him to be a level 7 evolutionary, right? If he didn't run for his life, he would really be buried here. Su Chen was indeed not at level 7, but in this situation, his advantage was much greater than that of a level 7 evolver. With the ancient god-fiend body, he could ignore all attacks of the same level. Although there were many night demons charging over, the strongest of them was only at level 5. It was impossible for them to cause any harm to him. Therefore, the human wave tactic was no longer effective against him. Good timing! Su Chen was not afraid and punched from afar. Whoosh whoosh, in the shrill sound of the wind, 100 golden fist shadows appeared in the air. What is this? Sensing the extremely sharp killing intent emitted by the fist shadows, the night demon clansmen who rushed over first all revealed terrified expressions. Before they could react, the 100 golden fist shadows crashed into the crowd. Bang bang, hundreds of night demons were blasted apart and died on the spot amidst the sounds of raindrops hitting banana leaves. Chapter 459. What a powerful secret fist technique! Shen Mingfei's face was full of shock. She looked at Su Chen with a strange look in her eyes. The rest of the night demons were shocked by Su Chen's powerful punch. A sense of fear began to spread. Brothers, he's alone. Let's attack together. We can definitely kill him. A level 5 night demon clansman roared. Kill! The night demons gathered their courage and charged at Su Chen again. Su Chen wielded a pitch-black sword and slashed forward. In an instant, a terrifying chill swept out. It was as if they had entered a world of ice. The temperature plummeted, and even the seawater was frozen. As for the night demons who were flying in the air, they felt a chill invade their bodies. Then they lost their life force and turned into ice sculptures, falling from the sky. In the blink of an eye, thousands of night demons smashed into the frozen sea and shattered into pieces. Too powerful! Shen Mingfei didn't know what to say. Her shining eyes never left Su Chen. The rest of the night demons paused in midair again, looking at each other in dismay. Su Chen's strength was completely beyond their imagination. A simple punch had killed hundreds of their clansmen. Then, an ice-type spell killed thousands of them. Facing such a terrifying existence, they began to tremble. The anger and killing intent from before had long disappeared. Seeing that the night demons had stopped charging forward, Su Chen didn't plan to let them go. He raised his sword and swept out again. This time, it was the lightning magic spell. The thunder magic spell was a combination of barren godly thunder and ninth heaven dazzling thunder. In terms of damage, it had already surpassed the ice magic spell and was comparable to a level 7 spell. Rumble, a blue torrent flashing with lightning swept up and rushed into the crowd of night demons and began to wreak havoc. Wherever it passed, not a single night demon clansman could stop it. Following a series of shrill screams, the night demons turned into charred corpses one after another, falling from the sky and smashing into the frozen sea surface with loud thuds. He's not human. Under Su Chen's torture, all the night demons broke down. They flapped their wings and flew toward Myriad Mountains Island. Su Chen needed a large number of fragments. Of course, he wouldn't let them escape. He leaped into the air and stepped into the air as if he was walking on flat ground. He charged towards the night demons. Whoosh! A huge gray beam shot out from Su Chen's hand. Hundreds of night demons were cut in half. Then, a fireball the size of a face fell from the sky and landed among the night demons. Like a volcanic eruption, hundreds of night demons were blown to pieces. In order to kill more night demons, Su Chen summoned the super ancient devouring Vajra mosquitoes to help. The heavenly overlord turtle couldn't fly, so it wasn't useful now. The man and the beast chased after each other. No one knew how many they had killed. Half the sky was dyed red. In the end, they had killed their way into Myriad Mountains Island and disappeared from everyone's sight. He can fly. How many trump cards does he have? How strong is he? Shen Mingfei mumbled with a blank expression. Chapter 460. The shock that Su Chen brought to Shen Mingfei was unprecedented. He had single-handedly defeated tens of thousands of foreign tribesmen, causing them to flee for their lives. It was truly a case of one man holding back 10,000 men. He was truly a peerless hero that was hard to come by. At this moment, Shen Mengfei was not only filled with admiration for Su Chen, but there was also a strange emotion mixed within. On the other side, Su Chen had killed his way into Myriad Link's Mountain Island. The night demons' corpses were strewn all over the place, and there were countless casualties. The massacre lasted for more than an hour before it stopped. The reason was that the remaining night demons had fled into the interworld passage and were unwilling to show themselves again. Later on, Su Chen began to pick up the fragments. When he returned to the intelligent war chariot, it was already 2 hours later. During this time, he had killed more than 10,000 night demons, and more than 2,000 fragments had been dropped. Most of them had been exchanged for energy points, and his energy points had exceeded 5,000. Other than that, he had also gathered the brilliant shadow tempering metal stone and aquamarine mercury stone. With that, he now had 5 god stones. 5 should be enough. It's time to fuse them. Su Chen secretly decided that when he left Myriad Link's Mountain Island, he would use the fusion gem to fuse the 5 god stones together. Senior, I want to go to the island to look for my grandfather. Shen Mengfei hesitated for a moment, then asked Su Chen. Su Chen had observed the situation of Myriad Link's Mountain Island on the central control screen. There was not a single blue dot on the island. This meant that the humans on the island were either dead or had left long ago. Similarly, Shen Mengfei's grandfather would definitely not be on the island. However, Su Chen knew that Shen Mengfei might not believe him. Considering that he still needed Shen Mengfei's help to find the primordial spirit-shaping fruit tree, he had the mechanical soldier accompany her to search. This mechanical soldier had already reached level 6, and it was enough to protect Shen Mengfei. Also, he could take the opportunity to monitor Shen Mengfei and prevent her from escaping. Half a day later, Shen Mengfei returned dejectedly. After greeting Su Chen, he entered the cabin alone and found a corner to curl up. For this result, Su Chen had long expected. After that, he entered the Myriad-linked Mountain Island, blew up the interdomain passage, and left on the intelligent war chariot, heading for his next target. After searching for a while on the central control screen, Su Chen decided to take a look at the Island of Nothingness. The size of the Island of Nothingness was almost the same as the Thousand Feather Island. Moreover, it was the closest island and was on the route to the mysterious heavenly continent. There was no reason not to go. The intelligent war chariot locked onto the Island of Nothingness and sailed at full speed. On the way, Su Chen took out 5 divine stones and began to fuse them with the fusion gem. When the 5 god stones fused together, they suddenly turned into a small hill that was about 10 feet in size. It was rippling with 5 colors and faintly emitting the magical waves of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The fused god stone doesn't seem simple. As Su Chen looked at it in amazement, he suddenly received a feedback message in his mind. The feedback message could only be received when he picked up the shards. He did not expect to receive the fused god stone. Su Chen's interest was immediately piqued, and he quickly checked it. The newly fused god stone was called the Integrated 5 Extremes Mountain. It weighed up to 108,000 pounds and could change its size at will. It also contained the magical power of the 5 elements. Chapter 461. The power of the 5 elements magic of the Integrated 5 Extremes Mountain was compatible with the user. In other words, Su Chen was a level 5 spellcaster, so his 5 extremes magic would reach level 5. Moreover, it did not exist on its own, but as one, it was equivalent to the power of the 5 extremes magic at the same time. After reading the feedback, Su Chen took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. Before the combined 5 extremes mountain appeared, his strongest killing move was the Chaos Skysplitter Sword. The combined 5 extremes mountain's lethality was not below that of the Chaos Skysplitter Sword. Just the weight of the mountain alone was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Even a titan would be smashed into a pile of minced meat if they were hit. Coupled with the terrifying power of the 5 extremes magic, the combination of the two was almost invincible. At this point, Su Chen had obtained a powerful trump card, and his power had greatly increased. As it was a few days away from the island of nothingness, everyone gathered together to eat barbecued meat, listen to music, and play do diju. Shen Mengfei also gradually recovered from her sadness. On the 5th day, the island of nothingness appeared on the central control screen. Su Chen looked up and his eyebrows twitched. At a place called the Green Phoenix Plain, there were a large number of light spots gathered, and there were tens of thousands of them. Red spots, blue spots, and black spots were gathered, and they were clearly divided into two sides. One side had about 1,000 black spots and thousands of blue spots, while the other side had about 2,000 black spots and tens of thousands of red spots. Su Chen was a bit confused, and he thought to himself, could it be that the mutated races are working together with the humans to fight against another wave of mutated races and zombies? However, this was only his guess, and he had to see for himself if this was the case. After thinking for a while, Su Chen said, Satoshi, enlarge the image. The image on the central control screen changed, and soon, the mutated races, zombies, and humans appeared. Su Chen was surprised to find that the mutated races here were not just one race, but three. The strange races that mixed with the humans were all very short and stocky. They didn't even seem to be a meter tall. Su Chen had seen all the aliens who were with the zombies before. Most of them were from the Half-Beast clan, and there were a dozen or so from the Undead clan. The Half-Beast race was a subordinate force of the Undead race. It was not surprising that the two of them were together. However, what Su Chen couldn't figure out was which race those short aliens belonged to. Why were they able to mingle with humans? Why did they confront each other? Satoshi, hurry to the Green Phoenix Plains. Su Chen could not wait any longer. There were tens of thousands of zombies and thousands of non-humans. If they were all killed, they would drop at least 1,000 fragments. Yes. The intelligent war chariot received the order and quickly sailed toward the island of nothingness. Half an hour later, Su Chen saw on the central control screen that the two sides were already engaged in a fierce battle. In just one clash, hundreds of people were killed. At the rate they were fighting, it wouldn't take long for them to be wiped out. Su Chen definitely did not want to see such a scene. If the mutated races and zombies were all dead, where would he go to get fragments? Captain Wu, you guys continue to head to the Green Phoenix Plains. I'll go take a look first. Su Chen instructed, opened the door, and walked out alone. The intelligent war chariot speed was actually not slow, reaching 500 kilometers per hour. However, compared to Su Chen's speed, it was far inferior. Su Chen stepped into the air and activated the rapid war boots. His true speed was not inferior to a level 7 evolver, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 462. So fast, Shen Mengfei stared at the spot where Su Chen disappeared and muttered. Su Chen was already the strongest, but she did not expect him to be faster than the others as well. A cultivator as well-rounded as Su Chen was rare in this world. On the other side, Su Chen landed on the ground after entering the island of Oblivion. Compared to flying, running on the ground gave him a greater advantage in speed. In less than an hour, he arrived at the Green Phoenix Plains. At this time, the battle on the plains was even more intense. Corpses were everywhere, and blood was flowing everywhere. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Su Chen squinted his eyes and looked around. He saw that the dwarfs and humans were at a complete disadvantage. Almost half of them had died, and it would not be long before they were all slaughtered. Seeing this, he rushed forward and dealt with the zombie horde first. A thunderous sound exploded in the middle of the zombie horde. Su Chen raised his hand and cast a thunderstorm spell, killing 700 to 800 zombies on the spot. After that, the spells of the other elements took turns to attack, and in less than a minute, thousands of zombies had been killed. Su Chen's domineering entrance and powerful attacks quickly attracted the attention of both sides. At this moment, they stopped fighting and looked at Su Chen. When they saw that it was a young human, the emotions of both sides were different. The humans were inexplicably excited and whispered to each other. "It's a powerhouse on our side. Oh my God! He's so young but he's so strong. Which force is he from? I've never seen him before. He must be a hidden powerhouse. He should be a level 5 spellcaster, right? He's definitely a level 5 spellcaster, and he's of all elements. Compared to the excitement of the human race, the half-beast race was much more silent, and everyone's expression was not very good. Although Su Chen was alone, his strength was there for all to see. He could kill thousands of zombies with just a wave of his hand, and they could not help but be wary. Moreover, Su Chen was a human. It was very likely that he was a helper that the other party had invited. As a result, the situation was very unfavorable to them. Human, why are you slaughtering our people? A level 4 orc stepped forward and roared furiously at Su Chen. It's because I don't like you and want to exterminate all of you. Are you satisfied with this reason? Su Chen curled his lips and sneered. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar all around. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. Shameless boasting. There were more than 10,000 outsiders here, and Su Chen actually wanted to kill them all? Wasn't he afraid that the wind would kill his tongue? A mere level 5 magic psychic dares to be so arrogant? Let me teach you a lesson. A skinny undead walked out from the beastmen. Judging from his aura, he was most likely a level 5 evolver. I can destroy a piece of trash like you with one hand. Su Chen glanced at the other party and sneered. Instantly, there was a flurry of discussion all around. Su Chen's arrogance and conceit made even the humans speechless. Admittedly, Su Chen was very strong, but a level 5 undead was not to be trifled with either. What right did you have to say that you could kill him with one hand? There should be a limit to acting cool, right? Then let me see how capable you are. The skinny undead was enraged. He roared and charged toward Su Chen. Su Chen rubbed his nose and turned a blind eye, allowing the other party to rush in front of him. Is he crazy? Someone from the human side shouted in shock. Su Chen was a magic psychic, and a magic psychic's advantage was in long-range attacks. If he allowed an evolver to get close to him, the only outcome would be death. Therefore, the humans all thought that Su Chen's actions were suicidal. Chapter 463. The skinny undead tribesman also thought that Su Chen was courting death. When he rushed in front of Su Chen, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It was as if he saw Su Chen as a dead man. Go to hell! The skinny undead tribesman gathered his strength and aimed a punch at Su Chen's face. However, at this moment, a purple light flashed under Su Chen's feet, and he disappeared on the spot like a ghost. The skinny undead tribesman's punch missed. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He widened his eyes and kept searching for Su Chen's whereabouts. Stop looking. I'm behind you. Suddenly, a mocking voice reverberated in the skinny undead tribesman's ears. Oh no! The skinny undead tribesman was shocked. He turned around and threw a punch behind him. However, before he could fully exert his strength, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. The scene in front of him became blurry, and his consciousness also fell into chaos. The skinny undead tribesman's mouth moved slightly. He saw his entire head leave his body, and his voice came to an abrupt end. I already said that I could kill you with one hand, but you didn't believe me. Su Chen glanced at the skinny undead tribesman's corpse and muttered. Following the death of the skinny undead tribesman, the surroundings fell into a strange silence. Everyone looked at Su Chen with deep fear in their eyes. There was no doubt that Su Chen's strength had completely shocked them. At the same time, they also realized that Su Chen was not only an all-elemental psychic master, but also a powerful evolved being. Moreover, the strength of an evolved being was unfathomable. A level 5 evolved being could not even make a splash in front of him and was instantly killed. His strength was too terrifying and unbelievable. The level 4 orc tribesman who had previously shouted at Su Chen was now trembling in fear. Who else is not convinced? Is there anyone who wants to fight with me? Su Chen looked around and sneered. Instantly, everyone was silenced out of fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He was afraid that an unexpected move would attract Su Chen's attention and bring about a fatal disaster. A bunch of trash. Since you're not going to make a move, then I won't hold back. Su Chen sneered. Just as he was about to attack, a huge figure suddenly flew over from afar. From afar, it looked like a moving hill. Lord Blazing Heaven is here. Despicable human, let's see how you can still be so arrogant this time. Just wait for your death. With the appearance of the huge figure, the orcs were extremely excited and started to clamor at Su Chen. At the same time, the short foreign race and the human side became nervous, and their expressions turned ugly. Blazing Heaven was a level 6 evolver of the Beastman race. On the island of nothingness, the highest level was level 6. Furthermore, the half-beasts had extremely high physical fitness. Therefore, their level 6 was much stronger than the human level 6. In that case, would Su Chen, who was only level 5, be a match for him? If Su Chen was not a match for him, they would have to bear the brunt of Blazing Heaven's anger. Their fate could be imagined. Who dares to slaughter my Beastman tribesmen? Do you not want to live anymore? Blazing Heaven came closer and roared angrily. A powerful aura spread out in all directions, causing everyone to be unable to breathe. Grandson, why aren't you kneeling when you see your grandfather? Su Chen pursed his lips and laughed. The Blazing Heaven in front of him was the Beastman tribesman who had been played by him in Etion City and had knelt down to call him grandfather. Chapter 464. It's you? When he saw Su Chen's appearance, Blazing Heaven was slightly stunned. Then he laughed maniacally. Ah, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Brat, give me your life. With that, Blazing Heaven charged at Su Chen like a madman. When he was in Etion City, not only was he played by Su Chen, but he also failed to protect the interworld passage. As a result, he was severely punished by the clan, and it was the greatest humiliation of his life. When enemies meet, their eyes turn red. At this moment, he swore to tear Su Chen's tendons apart and cut him into pieces to relieve the hatred in his heart. Attacking an elder, you're really rebellious. Su Chen curled his lips and instantly released his mind power. Blazing Heaven, who was originally like a violent lion, was restrained by Su Chen's mind power. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp, and all of his movements slowed down. Level 6 mind power. How is that possible? Sensing Su Chen's strength, Blazing Heaven cried out in shock, and his face was filled with disbelief. He still clearly remembered that when he was in Etion City, Su Chen was only level 4. After not seeing him for a few months, how could he have jumped to level 6? Even the most monstrous genius in the world could not have such a cultivation speed, right? Hearing Blazing Heaven's cry, the surroundings seemed to boil. Who would have thought that the young Su Chen was not only a powerful evolver and all-elemental Dharma reader, but also a spirit reader? 3 major professions gathered in one body, and all of them had reached a very high level of attainment. It was like a fantasy story, rare and unheard of in the world. There's still a lot you don't know, but you won't have the chance to know. The corner of Su Chen's mouth twitched. Then he threw a punch at Blazing Sky. Whoosh whoosh, as soon as the Pegasus Meteor Fist was used, hundreds of fist shadows smashed down from the sky like a mountain. No, with a miserable shriek, Blazing Heaven was smashed to the point where not even his bones remained. Seeing this scene, the sound of cold air being sucked in could be heard from all around. At this moment, everyone's fear of Su Chen deepened by a bit. At the same time, they also realized that Su Chen's strength was definitely not something they could estimate. How strong was Su Chen to be able to kill a level 6 evolver in seconds? Su Chen's attention was focused on the place where Blazing Heaven had disappeared. There were 10 fragments there. One of them was emitting a dazzling golden light. It was a golden fragment. It had been a long time since a golden shard had been dropped. He was sure that this golden shard was a level 6 all attributes shard. The level 6 all attributes fragment was worth 2,000 energy points in the Doomsday Merchant Center. With Su Chen's energy points, he could have exchanged for it long ago, but he felt that it was unnecessary. But since it had dropped, there was no reason not to pick it up. Su Chen quickly stepped forward and grabbed the golden fragment. Picked up, level 6 all attributes, fragment *111. The fragment is full, can be used or exchanged for energy points. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen's aura suddenly changed, and the unique aura of a level 6 cultivator swept out in all directions. What a powerful aura! Oh my god! He's a level 6 evolver. So he was hiding his strength. Zhou's people could not resist Su Chen's aura and retreated one after another, shouting in shock. Su Chen was not in a hurry to pick up the remaining fragments. Instead, his gaze fell on the beastmen. Under Su Chen's gaze, the group of beastmen trembled in fear. Although they had tens of thousands of people, they were facing a terrifying existence that could even kill a level 6 evolver in seconds. They could not muster the slightest bit of courage to fight against him. Su Chen was probably the only one who could intimidate tens of thousands of outsiders with his power alone. Chapter 465. Run! No one knew who shouted, but the beastmen scattered like a tide. The zombies charged toward Su Chen without fear of death. Su Chen knew that the half-beastmen wanted to use the zombies to stop him so that they could escape. It was a good idea, but how could Su Chen let them have their way? He shook his hand, and a golden light flashed on his wrist. Suddenly, 2 balls of light, one golden and one red, shot out. The golden light turned into a mountainous tortoise, and the red light turned into a fist-sized blood-colored mosquito. It was the heavenly overlord tortoise and the super ancient gorilla mosquito. Xiaoba, Xiaojin, kill all the zombies. Su Chen ordered and charged toward the half-beastmen. The heavenly overlord tortoise roared and charged into the group of zombies. It was like a heavy tank crushing ants. Everywhere it passed, the zombies were turned into a pile of meat paste. The super ancient gorilla mosquito's attack method was even simpler. It used suction needles to stab continuously. The red light flowed through the group of zombies. One by one, the zombies fell to the ground and died on the spot. Although the killing speed was not as fast as the heavenly overlord tortoise, it was still very fast. Seeing this, the humans were shocked again. Oh my god! It's a level 6 mutated beast and a level 6 insect beast. That young man is not only powerful but he also has 2 level 6 spiritual pets. It's unbelievable! On the other side, Su Chen caught up with the half-beastmen and started a merciless massacre. This kind of slaughter continued for an hour. When the last miserable shriek sounded from the horizon, the entire green phoenix grassland was silent. Only the sound of the wind was left blowing in their ears. He's too powerful. After an unknown period of time, a red-faced middle-aged man on the human side said in a hoarse voice. A short male of a different race swallowed his saliva and said in a low voice, Su-kun, do you think that young expert will come and exterminate our dwarf race? Su-kun's face suddenly changed, and he began to worry. From Su Chen's behavior, it wasn't hard to see that he seemed to have a lot of hatred towards the mutated races and zombies. Maybe he really would do something bad to the dwarves. Why don't you guys leave first? Su-kun reminded. It's too late. The dwarf sighed. As far as his eyes could see, Su Chen was flying over here at the speed of a spark. After killing the half-beastmen, Su Chen was not in a hurry to pick up the fragments because he still had some questions to ask. Senior, thank you for saving my life. When Su Chen came closer, Su-kun and the dwarf respectfully expressed their gratitude. Su Chen did not pay attention to him. He looked at the dwarf and asked coldly, "Which clan are you from?" He didn't understand why these foreign races were able to mingle with humans, and why they seemed to be on good terms with each other. Junior He-mu is from the dwarf race. He-mu's body trembled as he replied with a bow. The dwarf race, Su Chen muttered and then turned his gaze to Su-kun. What's your relationship with the dwarf race? Su-kun quickly replied, Senior, we're in a cooperative relationship with the dwarf race, and this relationship has been maintained for decades. We've always been on good terms with each other. Worried that Su Chen would do something bad to the dwarf race, Su-kun explained the relationship between them very clearly. Su Chen rubbed his nose and fell into deep thought. The mutated races he had encountered in the past were abnormally ferocious. It was his first time encountering a race like the dwarf race that was on good terms with humans. Originally, he wanted to kill this group of dwarves, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, the dwarf race wasn't a threat to humans, or rather, they were friends of humans. He really couldn't do it to such a race. Chapter 466. Why did you fight with the orcs? Su Chen asked calmly. He was a little suspicious. Was there a conflict of interest between the two sides? Su Kun did not hesitate and said bluntly, Senior, we found a large mine in Qinghuan Plain. We originally agreed to split it in half, but the orcs wanted to take it all for themselves. Of course, we did not agree, so we fought. What kind of ore does the mine contain? Su Chen asked casually. There are many types of ore. Some are suitable for making weapons, some are suitable for making armor, and some are suitable for building the MCV, Su Kun explained. Hearing this, Su Chen was slightly moved. He felt that it was necessary to let the intelligent chariot identify the ore. If there was a suitable one, he had to take a batch. With this thought in mind, Su Chen continued, the strongest among you is a level 5 evolver, right? Why do you still dare to fight with the orcs? The orcs had a level 6 evolver. If he was not here, the dwarfs and Su Kun would have been slaughtered. Was it worth it to sacrifice everyone's lives for a mine? Su Kun explained, we humans and dwarfs also have level 6 evolvers. Previously, they were restraining each other in Qingyun City, so we could fight freely. In that case, your 2 level 6 evolvers should be in danger. Su Chen shook his head and whispered. Mumu and Su Kun's faces sank. This was something they had expected. Otherwise, the level 6 evolvers of the orcs would not have come here. Are there any other aliens or zombies on the island of nothingness? Su Chen changed the topic. His purpose of coming here was mainly to obtain the fragment. The life and death of the dwarfs and humans had nothing to do with him. Su Kun thought for a moment and replied, after Senior killed all the orcs, only the puppet clan of Qingyun City was left on the island of nothingness. However, they have always been neutral and did not participate in the disputes outside. Puppet clan. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. He still remembered that when he was on Purple Mountain, there was a member of the puppet tribe who had teamed up with the devouring beast to kill him. He didn't have a good impression of the puppet race, so he planned to take a look around Green Cloud City after he was done with the matters here. All right, you can leave now. Su Chen sent Su Kun and the others away and started to pick up the fragments. This time, he had killed a lot of beastmen and zombies, and he had obtained thousands of fragments, which made him excited. At this moment, the intelligent war chariot slowly drove over. When they saw the corpses of tens of thousands of zombies and non-humankind beings on the ground, the people in the car were shocked. Shen Mengfei swallowed her saliva and sighed from the bottom of her heart. It seems that he is much stronger than I imagined. Without waiting for Su Chen's instructions, Yang Hao and the others got out of the car one after another to dig for energy stones. 2 hours later, Su Chen finished picking up the fragments and returned to the intelligent war chariot. This time, there were no purple gold shards, but there was a considerable amount of them. Almost all of them had been exchanged for energy points. The total number of energy points had exceeded the 8,000 mark. Su Chen's gaze fell on the central control screen and began to search for the location of Qingyun City. Qingyun City was not very big. It was at most a medium-sized gathering place, more than 1,000 miles away from Qinghuan Plains. As it was beyond the surveillance range of the intelligent war chariot, it was not clear how many members of the puppet tribe were in Qingyun City. After a while, Su Chen got out of the car and helped to dig for the energy stones. After all the energy stones had been dug out, everyone returned to the intelligent war chariot and drove straight to Qingyun City. Chapter 467. After more than an hour, the image of Green Cloud City appeared on the screen. Why are there only 3 of them? Su Chen saw that there were only 3 black dots in Green Cloud City. Green Cloud City was a medium-sized gathering place, and it was under the control of the puppet race. There should be more than 3 of them. Su Chen guessed that the puppet race must have received the news and thought that he would go to Green Cloud City, so they moved their people. However, if they wanted to move, why did they leave 3 behind? Were they waiting for him to kill them? Satoshi, lock onto these 3 people and enlarge the image, Su Chen ordered. The image on the screen changed, and soon it appeared in a hall. At this time, there were 3 people of different races sitting in the hall, and they seemed to be discussing something. 2 of them were wearing long robes and bamboo hats, so he could not see their faces. The other person's skin was charred black, and there was a layer of death aura around him. 2 people from the puppet race and 1 from the undead race. Su Chen muttered and said to the intelligent war chariot, Satoshi, what are their cultivations? The 3 of them are level 6 evolvers. Su Chen nodded slightly and did not pay attention to them anymore. 3 level 6 evolvers, even if their strength was far superior to those of the same level, were nothing in his eyes. Behind him, the intelligent war chariot sped all the way. When they reached Green Cloud City, they saw that the 2 people from the puppet race and the undead race had already appeared at the city gate, as if they had expected Su Chen to come. These 3 fellows seemed to be prepared, Su Chen muttered and walked out of the chariot alone. Human, why are you killing innocent people on our island of nothingness? When Su Chen was less than 10 meters away from them, one of the people from the puppet race raised his voice and asked. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said lightly, Nothing. My hobby is to kill people of different races. As long as I see them, I will kill as many as I can. Arrogant. The undead race clenched his teeth and roared angrily. He stared coldly at Su Chen and snorted. So, you're here to kill us? Do you really think that you can be so arrogant just because you have some strength? Su Chen sized up the undead race and smiled disdainfully. 1 undead race and 2 puppet race. I can easily crush them. He was not boasting at all when he said this. Not to mention that they were only level 6 evolvers. Even if they were level 7 evolvers, they would be killed in a second. However, the puppet race and the undying race did not know Su Chen's true strength, so they scoffed at Su Chen's words. Brat, I've seen many arrogant people, but this is the first time I've seen someone as arrogant as you. However, you don't have the right to behave atrociously in front of us. One of the puppets sneered. Su Chen curled his lips, and the expression on his face became a little strange. If the undead race had said that, it would have been more reasonable. After all, the undead race was one of the 5 super races. However, what was the puppet race? They were just a subordinate force of the demonic beast race, and they dared to speak so arrogantly? Su Chen sneered and said, Killing your puppet race's people is just a matter of moving a finger. Since you want to die, we will fulfill your wish. Being humiliated by Su Chen, the 2 puppet race members were furious. At the same time, they shot out 2 fist-sized iron balls, which flew into the air and spun around before exploding with a bang. Then, 2 10-meter-tall metal giants appeared in front of Su Chen. Transformers? Su Chen was stunned. He felt that the 2 metal giants in front of him were similar to the Transformers he had seen in the movies in his previous life. Chapter 468. Is this your trump card? Su Chen sneered. To him, 2 level 6 puppets could be destroyed with 1 hand. How dare you be so arrogant when you're about to die? Attack together and kill him. The puppet tribesman sneered. One of the steel puppets held a giant sword while the other held a giant axe. They charged toward Su Chen. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. While the 2 puppets were focused, a faint golden glow appeared on his hands. He then punched out. Whoosh whoosh, hundreds of golden fist shadows appeared and smashed down on the 2 steel puppets. Bang bang. Boom, with a loud crash, the 2 10-meter-tall steel puppets were smashed to the ground. Their bodies were full of bumps and hollows. However, although they were in a sorry state, they had not lost their ability to move. After struggling on the ground for a while, they slowly got up. Interesting. Seeing this, Su Chen was slightly stunned. In the past, when he faced opponents of the same level, the Pegasus Meteor Fist would be able to smash them into a pile of minced meat. However, these two steel puppets could still get up after suffering such a fierce attack. It was clear that their strength was far beyond their peers. Their bodies must be made of a very strong material. On the other side, the three undead tribesmen were shocked by Su Chen's violent punch. These two steel puppets were their greatest reliance. If they were defeated, they would have to consider escaping. Fortunately, although the steel puppets were heavily injured, they were not completely destroyed. This allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. This human is too strong. Looks like we have to use our ultimate move. The two puppet tribesmen looked at each other. They raised their hands and shot out a white crystal light into the two steel puppets. Then the two steel puppets walked together. One of them slowly merged with the other. Merge? Two into one? This was the first time Su Chen had seen such a situation. He did not know what the other party was up to. When the two puppets merged into one, Su Chen understood what was going on. After the fusion, the puppet did not change much in size, but it gave off an unusually heavy feeling. Furthermore, the aura it exuded was abnormally violent. It had reached the level of a level 7 puppet. Human, let's see how you're going to fight back this time. One of the puppets sneered. A level 7 steel golem's true combat power far exceeded that of its peers. Su Chen was only level 6, so he was definitely not a match for him. You're too naive. Su Chen sneered and took the initiative to rush towards the steel puppet. Kill him for me. The puppet man roared. There was a loud boom. The steel puppet stomped on the ground, causing the ground to rumble. Then, it held a huge sword with both hands and slashed down at Su Chen's head. At this moment, a pitch-black long sword appeared in Su Chen's hand, and he released his mental power. Under the effect of his mental power, the steel puppet's movements quickly became sluggish. The sword, which was originally unstoppable, could not slash down when it reached Su Chen's head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Chen slashed with his sword. The void trembled slightly, and a black vortex that was around 10 feet in size emerged. It rotated slightly, and the steel puppet was enveloped within it. Crack! With a shattering sound, half of the steel puppet's body was smashed into smithereens. The remaining half of its body fell to the ground with a loud crash. The three undead clan members were stunned, and their expressions were dull. The powerful level 7 puppet was not a match for him? How terrifying was the power of Su Chen's attack? Was he still a level 6 cultivator? Chapter 469. While the undead tribe and the puppet tribe were in a daze, Su Chen took out the enchanted sword and slashed at them from afar. In an instant, a blue torrent swept over, and the terrifying killing intent of thunder and lightning filled the air. The three undead tribe members' expressions changed drastically as they tried to defend themselves. However, Su Chen's thunder and lightning technique was far beyond level 7. It was not something that 3 level 6 evolvers could defend against. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 thunderous roars, the 3 undead tribe members' bodies exploded. Not even their bones were left behind, leaving behind a ground full of shining shards. There were more than 50 of them. Su Chen put away the enchanted sword and walked forward to pick up the shards. Captain Wu, Jianghu seems to have become stronger again. In the intelligent chariot, Chao Ran turned to look at Wu Yang and whispered. Wu Yang clicked his tongue and nodded. Judging from his aura, he seems to have entered level 6. Everyone in the chariot sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Chen had only entered level 5 for a few days, and in the blink of an eye, he had entered level 6. This speed of advancement could only be described as terrifying. Moreover, when they thought of Su Chen's ability to easily kill enemies of a higher level, even a level 8 cultivator might not necessarily be a match for Su Chen. It was terrifying to think about. Su Chen was not even 20 years old this year. In the mysterious heavenly mainland, was there anyone who could be a match for him? It would not be an exaggeration to call Su Chen the strongest person in the human race, right? On the other hand, Su Chen entered Qingyun City after picking up the shards. After destroying the interrealm passage to the puppet tribe, he returned to the intelligent chariot. After that, he stayed on the island of Oblivion for a few days to destroy the interrealm passages of the other tribes. After getting some ores from Su Kun, he left the island of Oblivion. Su Chen, where are we going next? Wu Yang walked to Su Chen and asked softly. Let's go to the mysterious heavenly continent, Su Chen replied. The primordial spirit sculpting fruit tree was located in the Fengshi dynasty of the mysterious heavenly mainland. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, he had to rush over as soon as possible. Wu Yang and the others were shocked when they heard that they were going to the mysterious heavenly mainland. Su Chen once said that the mysterious heavenly continent was thousands of times bigger than the Thousand Feather Island, and the number of humans there was probably hundreds of millions. They had long wanted to go and see it for themselves. Although they were heading to the mysterious heavenly mainland, Su Chen could not help but stare at the central control screen. If they encountered any sea beasts along the way, he would still kill them. The intelligent war chariot traveled for 3 days in a row. It was a peaceful journey. On the afternoon of the 4th day, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded, Master, an ironclad warship is heading towards us. Su Chen didn't care at first, but when he remembered that the Wenshi dynasty's warships were made of metal, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the control screen. When he saw that there was indeed a blue dot heading towards them, he said, Satoshi, zoom in on the image. The image on the central control screen changed. Soon, a huge ironclad warship appeared. From the outside, it looked exactly the same as the one that the dark-faced old man was on. Moreover, Su Chen also saw that there were more than 10 people standing on the ironclad warship. The leader was a white-haired old man who had quite a majestic aura. Shen Mingfei, come over here and see if it's the Wenshi dynasty's warship. Su Chen called Shen Mingfei to the central control screen. Shen Mingfei took a closer look and her expression suddenly changed. She said anxiously, Senior, it's the Wenshi dynasty's warship, and that white-haired old man is Feng Hanshua. Chapter 470. It's Feng Hanshua. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Shen Mingfei had said that the remaining primordial spirit shaper fruit was in Feng Hanshua's hands. His original purpose of going to the mysterious heavenly mainland was to get the fruit back. He did not expect to meet Feng Hanshua here. Satoshi, chase after him. Don't let him escape, Su Chen ordered. Yes. The intelligent war chariot locked onto the warship and sped up. An hour later, they met each other. Su Chen opened the door and walked out slowly. Who are you? How dare you stop our warship? Are you tired of living? On the metal ship, a bald middle-aged man shouted at Su Chen. He was just a small fry. Su Chen ignored him and turned to look at Feng Hanshua. He said coldly, Feng Hanshua, hand over the spirit fruit. Feng Hanshua's expression froze. He looked at Su Chen and said, You know me? In the vast sea, he actually met someone who knew him. This was something he had never expected. Moreover, the other party dared to call him by his name. He was bold. Also, the other party asked him to hand over the spirit fruit. Could it be? Feng Hanshua seemed to have thought of something. He stared at Su Chen and said coldly, Kid, how do you know me? Tell me the truth. Otherwise, I'll bury you here. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said indifferently, I don't know you. She knows you. Shen Mingfei walked out of the cabin after he finished speaking. It's you. Feng Hanshua recognized Shen Mingfei at first glance, and his expression changed. His main purpose of going out to sea this time was to capture Shen Mingfei and snatch the primordial spirit shaper fruit from her. I've been looking for you for a while. I didn't expect you to come to me on your own accord. I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by chance. Feng Hanshua let out a wild laugh and snorted, Shen Mingfei, hand over all the remaining spirit fruits and I'll leave your corpse intact. Shen Mingfei imitated Su Chen's actions and laughed contemptuously, You want to kill me in front of Senior Su? Do you have the ability? If she was alone, even if she had 10 guts, she would not dare to speak to Feng Hanshua in such a tone. However, with Su Chen's protection, she didn't have to worry about anything. Although Feng Hanshua was strong, he was only a level 6 evolver. On the other hand, Su Chen was someone who could easily kill a level 7 puppet. What could a level 6 evolver do to him? When Su Chen heard this, he couldn't help but click his tongue. He realized that everyone who was with him would be subtly influenced and gradually become arrogant. In the past, Shi Danyu was a very good example. Shen Mengfei had only been in contact with him for a few days, but she was also so fearless, which made him a little speechless. Feng Hanshua, who was on the metal ship, was a little confused. Shen Mengfei was only a level 3 evolver. Who gave her the courage to speak to him like this? Was she crazy? Or was there something wrong with her brain? Also, who was this senior Su she was talking about? Could it be this young man in front of him? If it was true, how laughable. How strong could a young man who wasn't even 20 years old be? He was at most a level 3 evolver, right? How dare you speak such arrogant words to mock, sir? You deserve to die. The bald man beside Feng Hanshua angrily rebuked Shen Mengfei and asked Feng Hanshua if they should immediately kill Shen Mengfei. Feng Hanshua felt that Shen Mengfei was strange, so he didn't let the bald man take action. Instead, he looked at Su Chen and said in a deep voice, "Kid, you're that senior Su? Old thing, don't call me kid every time you open your mouth. Who do you think you are?" Su Chen scolded. Chapter 471. As soon as Su Chen finished his words, the people on the metal ship looked at each other in dismay. Shen Mengfei was already arrogant enough, but they did not expect this young man to be even more arrogant. They were puzzled. Were all young people these days so hot-tempered? Were they not afraid of death? "Sir, let me teach this brat a lesson." The bald man pleaded again. Su Chen's arrogance had exceeded his tolerance limit, and he swore to teach Su Chen a lesson. Feng Hanshua nodded slightly and said coldly, "Capture him alive." As a level 6 evolved being, his dignity could not be disrespected. Su Chen's provocative words had completely enraged him. Killing Su Chen was not enough to vent his anger. He wanted to torture Su Chen bit by bit and make Su Chen regret living in this world. "Brat, this is what you get for being so arrogant." A cruel smile flashed across the bald man's face. He jumped down from the metal ship and went straight for Su Chen. Unexpectedly, just as he jumped into the air, he strangely stopped moving. Then, his whole body began to twist rapidly. With the crisp sound of bones breaking, he was squashed into a pile of meat and fell into the sea. Hiss! Witnessing this strange scene, the people on the metal ship gasped in astonishment. Everyone's faces were filled with confusion and fear. Shen Mengfei's mouth was slightly agape. She was also stunned by the strange death of the bald man. "You're a level 6 spiritual reader." Feng Hanshua reacted and stared at Su Chen with his eyes wide open. His expression was extremely complicated. It was difficult to become a spiritual reader, and reaching level 6 was even rarer. In the mysterious heavenly mainland, every level 6 spiritual reader was a formidable figure. Moreover, they were not young. The young man in front of them was probably not even 20 years old, but he had already reached a height that others could only look up to. Unimaginable! Unbelievable! How can he be so strong? Who exactly is he? After learning about Su Chen's strength, the others on the metal ship could not help but feel even more terrified. He's also a spirit reader? Shen Mengfei looked at Su Chen in a daze. Her heart was in turmoil. Compared to Feng Hanshua and the others, she knew more. Su Chen was not only a spirit reader master, but he was also an evolver and a spirit reader master. Moreover, he was an all-elemental spirit reader. He is a full-time cultivator. Shen Mengfei covered her mouth and almost screamed. Full-time cultivator, level 6 in every profession. How could there be such a genius in this world? Even though she knew that Su Chen was a full-time cultivator, Shen Mengfei still found it unbelievable. "You're slow to realize." Su Chen curled his lips and glanced at Feng Hanshua. Soon after, he released his mental energy again. After consuming the essence fruit, his spirit was slightly stronger than when he was at level 7. At this moment, the formless power formed by his spiritual energy was like a vast ocean that crushed forward. The people around Feng Hanshua were completely unable to resist and were all crushed into piles of meat paste. Although Feng Hanshua was not dead, he was pressed to the ground and could not move. Level 7 Spiritual Energy. Senior, spare my life. Feng Hanshua's face was extremely pale as he begged Su Chen for mercy. Level 7. Shen Mengfei's mouth was wide open. Her body swayed slightly and she almost fell to the ground. Where is the spirit fruit? Su Chen controlled his spiritual energy and pulled Feng Hanshua to his side as he asked coldly. Chapter 472. The spirit fruit is in the pouch on me. Feng Hanshua did not hesitate at all and hurriedly replied. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and quickly discovered that there was a pouch hanging on Feng Hanshua's waist. He took the pouch and opened it to take a look. Indeed, there were essence spirit-shaping fruits inside. Why are there only 3? Su Chen's face darkened, and a faintly discernible murderous aura lingered around him. He had 6 in his hands. Adding these 3, it was only 9. It was not enough to split a second essence spirit. Feeling Su Chen's murderous aura, Feng Hanshua's body trembled and he explained, "Senior, that spirit fruit should still be on that spirit plant." Su Chen frowned slightly and turned to look at Shen Mengfei. Shen Mengfei nodded slightly. "Senior, that spirit fruit was not ripe at that time. It should still be on the spirit plant." After learning the whereabouts of the last essence spirit-shaping fruit, Su Chen raised his hand and smashed Feng Hanshua's head. Then, he asked Shen Mengfei, "How did you get the spirit fruit?" Previously, when he learned about the essence spirit-shaping fruit, he was too excited and did not think about some things carefully. "I came across it by chance when I was picking spiritual materials at Qixia Mountain. At that time, I felt that it was quite extraordinary, so I brought it down the mountain," Shen Mengfei explained. This explanation was barely acceptable. Su Chen did not delve into this point and continued to ask, "How did that spirit plant end up in Wu Yazi's hands?" "Wu Yazi is a master refiner. I used that spirit plant to exchange for a spirit treasure with him, which was the small wooden boat from before," Shen Mengfei replied. Every time she recalled that the small wooden boat was destroyed by Su Chen, her heart ached. From the looks of it, that Wu Yazi is not bad. Su Chen muttered. Wu Yazi used the method of exchange to obtain the essence spirit-shaping fruit tree and did not bully the weak by snatching it. From this point, one could see that his character was rather good. In the post-apocalyptic world, it was rare to find someone with such character. Su Chen was determined to obtain the primordial spirit-shaping fruit tree. Originally, he planned to use the method of snatching it, but after learning of Wu Yazi's character, he changed his mind. He had a lot of good things on him. At worst, he would just have to spend some to exchange for them. How did the people of the Wind Shi dynasty know the whereabouts of the spirit fruit and chase after you? This was something that Su Chen couldn't figure out. Logically speaking, with Shen Mengfei's intelligence, she would not give herself away. Because I needed cultivation resources, I exchanged for 3 spirit fruits. Later, the people of the Wind Shi dynasty followed the clues and found them. Shen Mengfei explained. Oh! Su Chen suddenly understood. After figuring out the ins and outs of the matter, he returned to the cabin. Shen Mengfei followed him in. After that, the intelligent war chariot continued to sail towards the mysterious heavenly mainland. Su Chen had nothing to do, so he reclined in the driver's seat and closed his eyes to rest. After sailing for about 2 hours, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded him, "Master, we found traces of a large number of foreign creatures and sea beasts." "How many are there?" Su Chen's heart skipped a beat and he asked. "A total of 1,200, the intelligent war chariot replied. Although the number of 1,000 was not much, it was still worth it. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the central control screen. Sure enough, he saw a group of red and black dots mixed together and rushing in one direction. In addition, he also found something very interesting. The two foreign creatures in front seemed to be running away, and the foreign creatures and sea beasts behind them were chasing after them. Satoshi, zoom in on the image, Su-chin whispered. Chapter 473. The image on the screen changed, and the first thing that appeared was the figures of the two mutated creatures. Mermaids? Seeing the other party's appearance, Su-chin let out a soft exclamation. The two mutated creatures, one male and one female, were both in the form of a human body and a mermaid tail. They looked the same as the mermaids in the movies in his previous life. Moreover, they were very good-looking. The man was extraordinarily handsome, and the woman was like a lotus flower. As for the mutated creatures chasing after them, they were also in the form of mermaids and should belong to the same race. Satoshi, what are their cultivation levels? Su-chin retracted his gaze and asked. The strongest is a level 4 evolver. As for the two escaping in front, the man is a level 3 evolver, and the woman is a level 3 spirit reader. The intelligent war chariot replied. Su-chin nodded slightly. Chase after them. There were more than 1,000 of them. If they were all killed, there would be a lot of fragments. He would not miss this opportunity. Yes. The intelligent war chariot moved at full speed and chased after them. Although the speed of the mutated mermaids was very fast, it could not be compared to the intelligent war chariot. After 10 minutes, the distance between the two parties was less than 10 kilometers. But at this time, the intelligent war chariot spoke again. Master, I feel the existence of a water spirit stone. Water spirit stone? What's the use of it? Su-chen's expression changed. The intelligent war chariot had the ability to sense special ores, and the ores that it mentioned all had very obvious effects. Some could increase defense, some could increase speed, and some could increase detection range. He was also looking forward to the water spirit stone. The intelligent war chariot explained, I installed the water spirit stone and can activate the invisibility function for 10 seconds. But with only one piece, it can't be activated. Invisibility was a very impressive function. Even if it was only for 10 seconds, it was definitely not to be underestimated. At the crucial moment, it could be used to surprise or save one's life. Satoshi quickly chased after them. Su-chin was a little excited. Originally, he had planned to kill these mutated creatures and sea monsters. Now that he knew there was a water spirit stone, he would not let it go. A few minutes later, the intelligent war chariot blocked the path of this group of aliens. Satoshi, who has the water spirit stone? Su-chin asked. It's hanging around the neck of the woman in front. Su-chin walked out alone after knowing who had it. Seeing that someone was blocking their path, the two foreign mermaids who were fleeing in front hurriedly attacked Su-chin. The man raised his hand and shot out a flying fork, while the woman released a wave of spiritual power that swept forward. Su-chin curled his lips. With a casual wave of his hand, a majestic force surged forth. There was a loud bang. The flying fork was directly blasted apart, and the spiritual power was also swept away. What powerful strength! The two foreign mermaids were in a state of panic, and their hearts trembled. Both of them were level 3 cultivators. Even though they had attacked at the same time, the young man in front of them had easily dealt with their attacks. From this, it could be seen that the young man in front of him was at least a level 5 evolver. This was because a level 4 evolver would definitely not be able to deal with such an understatement. Senior, why are you blocking our path? The man looked a little angry, but he was still forcefully suppressing it. Su-chin glanced at him, then turned his gaze to the mermaid. Immediately after, he released his spiritual power, circled around her neck, and pulled back a necklace that was hanging on it. Spiritual reader! The mermaid was inexplicably shocked. As a spiritual reader, she could naturally feel the spiritual power released by Su-chin. Moreover, she could clearly sense that Su-chin's spiritual power was abnormally strong. It was several levels higher than hers. Chapter 474. But at this moment, the foreign clansmen and sea beasts that were chasing after them had already arrived in front of them and surrounded Su Chen and the two mermaids. Human, you've done me a great favor. To thank you, I'll leave your corpse intact. A yellow-haired merman stepped out from the crowd. After glancing at Su Chen, he sneered cruelly. He didn't know why Su Chen would appear here, nor did he know what Su Chen's cultivation was like. However, Su Chen looked too young, so he didn't take him seriously at all. The foreign races and humans were like fire and water. Since they had bumped into each other, they naturally had to kill each other along the way. Su Chen's mouth flashed a touch of contempt as he raised his hand and punched out. In an instant, hundreds of fist shadows whizzed out and smashed toward the yellow-haired merman with an earth-shattering force. Ah! Accompanied by a shrill scream, the yellow-haired merman and the hundreds of mermaids around him were smashed into meat paste. The sea beasts that followed them saw that the situation was not good and fled together. Su Chen casually shot out a violent thunder technique and killed them all. Seeing this scene, the merman and merman who were lucky enough to survive were dumbfounded and trembling all over. Su Chen's strength was simply to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. He killed more than 1,000 mermaids and sea beasts with a raise of his hand. His strength was too terrifying, and it was something they had never seen before. After recognizing Su Chen's strength, the two of them felt uneasy. After all, they were intercepted by Su Chen. What was Su Chen's goal? Which race are you two from? Su Chen glanced at them and asked in a low voice. Senior, we are from the mermaid race. The merman lowered his head and replied with a bow, as if he was very afraid of Su Chen. The mermaid race, Su Chen pondered and asked calmly, where did you come from? Since they were aliens, they must have come here through the realm passage. That meant that there were still a lot of people from the mermaid clan. If they were not far away, they could go over and harvest a batch. We escaped from the savage island, the merman answered honestly. Su Chen's mind turned slightly. He had seen Savage Island on the central control screen. It was only 1,000 miles away from here. With the speed of the intelligent war chariot, they would arrive in about 2 hours. You belong to the same clan, so why are they chasing after you? Su Chen continued to ask. Hearing this, the merman seemed to be in a difficult position. He gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. Instead, the mermaid said, Senior, it's all because of me. She sighed and explained, Jin Su of the Protoss took a fancy to me because of my talent as a spirit reader master. But I didn't want to marry him, so I escaped from Savage Island. Hearing this, Su Chen already understood what was going on. The merman and woman in front of him should be an eloping couple. So, the Protoss also exist on Savage Island? Su Chen narrowed his eyes and asked. As one of the 5 super races, the Protoss mainly cultivated their spirit power. It was inevitable that they attracted his attention. Yes, Senior. Jin Su and a few other Protoss should be on Savage Island at this moment, the mermaid replied. Su Chen nodded, waved the necklace in his hand, and asked, Where did the water spirit stone on this come from? A piece of water spirit stone couldn't help the intelligent war chariot activate the invisibility function. He had to know the source of the water spirit stone. This is a mineral unique to Savage Island, but there aren't many of them. The mermaid glanced at the water spirit stone and replied. Chapter 475. How many? Do you have 10 pieces? Su Chen asked. The minimum requirement to activate the invisibility function of the intelligent war chariot was 10 pieces. I have more than 20 pieces, the mermaid replied after thinking for a while. Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief. 20 pieces was not a lot, but it was enough for the intelligent war chariot. After a while, he began to pick up the pieces. Wu Yang and the others also walked out of the cabin to collect the corpses of the sea monsters and the energy stones. Since Su Chen did not say anything, the mermaid couple did not dare to act rashly. They stood there in a daze. Half an hour later, Su Chen finished picking up the pieces and was about to head to the Savage Island. The intelligent war chariot suddenly warned, Master, there are aliens approaching. There are 3 of them, The mermaid clan is here? Su Chen raised his eyebrows and simply waited there. A few minutes later, a wooden boat sped over. 3 men stood at the bow of the boat. The one in the middle was a young man with a dignified appearance and an arrogant expression. On his left was an old man with a head full of silver hair. On his right was a burly man in golden armor. Elder Mu and Jianghu are here. When the small wooden boat approached them, the expression of the merman and mermaid changed abruptly. Who's Jianghu? Su Chen asked in a low voice. Senior, the young man in the middle is Jianghu. The old man is Elder Mu Xian of the mermaid clan. The burly man is a level 5 Protoss who is responsible for protecting Jianghu. The mermaid man introduced them one by one. Hearing this, Su Chen was slightly moved. A level 5 Protoss was a powerful figure no matter where he went. He did not expect him to be Jianghu's guard. It was obvious that Jianghu's position in the Protoss was not ordinary. Tianhe, Xuanji, you two don't know what's good for you. Get over here. Mu Xian, who was on the boat, glanced at the mermaid couple and scolded coldly. As for Su Chen and the others, he completely ignored them. Elder Mu, why are you forcing me? I will not marry Jianghu even if I die. The mermaid Xuanji replied with gritted teeth. Bastard! Young Master Jin was the son of the imperial god king. How noble was his status? For him to take a liking to you is your great fortune. What's there to be unwilling about? Mu Xian's eyes widened as he roared, looking very angry. Due to Jianghu's special identity, if this matter was not handled properly, it was likely that he would offend the god race. Then the mermaid clan would be in a very dangerous situation. Elder Mu, no matter what you say, I only have Tianhe in my heart. I will never marry Jianghu. Xuanji refused to back down. The merman, Tianhe, looked at Xuanji deeply and stood in front of Xuanji to shield her. He knew very well that once Xuanji refused, they would all be killed. Even if he had to die, he would die in front of Xuanji. Jianghu didn't say anything, but his face was as gloomy as water. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. Xuanji's rejection made him feel extremely humiliated. For a Protoss genius with a lofty status and outstanding talent like him, this was absolutely intolerable. All of a sudden, his brows furrowed, and he released a wave of mind energy, which charged toward the heavenly river. Tianhe also felt the mental strength attack, but Jianghu was a level 5 telekinesis master. He was definitely not someone a level 3 evolver like him could withstand. Just as he was about to die, he was surprised to find that another wave of mental strength surrounded his body, completely blocking Jianghu's mental strength. You want to kill him? Did you ask for my permission? At this moment, Su Chen laughed coldly. Chapter 476. You're a telekinesis master too? Jianghu was shocked. He stared at Su Chen with wide eyes. Su Chen's telekinesis master level could not be lower than his if he could break his telekinesis without making a sound. However, what he could not understand was that Su Chen was only a human and very young. How could his telekinesis be on par with a Protoss prodigy like him? Boy, I didn't expect you to be a telekinesis master too. I underestimated you. Mu Xian glanced at Su Chen and his face gradually darkened. Previously, when he saw that Su Chen and the others were all humans, he did not take it to heart. Now that he knew that Su Chen was a telekinesis master, he suspected that Su Chen had killed the dead people around him. Therefore, he hated Su Chen. As for what level Su Chen was a telekinesis master, Mu Xian did not care. This was because Jianghu was a Protoss prodigy and a powerful level 5 telekinesis master. Su Chen was only a human. No matter how strong he was, how could he be stronger than Jianghu? Who do you think you are? You're just a lackey of the Protoss. Do I need you to look up to me? Su Chen sneered with disdain. Hearing this, Jianghu and the others were stunned. Mu Xian was not only an elder of the merfolk tribe, but he was also a level 5 evolver. Yet, he was looked down upon and mocked by a young human. This young man in front of him was too arrogant, wasn't he? Boy, you'll have to pay for your words. Mu Xian's face was ferocious. He was on the verge of exploding in anger. With a roar, he charged toward Su Chen. Jin Zhe did not stop him. He also wanted to use Mu Xian to gauge Su Chen's strength. Su Chen pursed his lips. As Mu Xian charged towards him, he raised his hand and shot out a fist-sized fireball. Although the fireball was small, it contained a fire-type mana wave that was unusually violent. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. The scorching temperature made people feel as if they had entered a pool of magma. Level 6 Fireball Spell. Senior, I was wrong. Mu Xian recognized the level of the fireball and was scared out of his wits. He loudly begged for mercy. Since Su Chen had made a move, he had no intention of letting him live. In the blink of an eye, the fireball collided with Mu Xian, and a loud boom was heard. Mu Xian was blasted into nothingness, not even his bones remained. Level 6 Fire Mage. Jin Su's eyes widened. His body trembled uncontrollably as if he was scared silly. He couldn't figure it out. Su Chen was clearly a powerful telekinesis master. How did he become a level 6 telekinesis master in the blink of an eye? Could it be that he had two professions? Thinking of this, the fear in his heart reached its peak. The burly man in golden armor beside him had an extremely ugly expression. He seemed to be struggling for a while before he gritted his teeth and said, "Young master, I'll stop him. You leave quickly." He knew very well that he and Jin Su were absolutely no match for Su Chen. In this case, he could only choose to sacrifice himself to protect Jin Su. Kill! The burly man in golden armor summoned his courage and rushed towards Su Chen. You overestimate yourself. Su Chen snorted and ran the heavenly hundredfold vigor technique, throwing a punch. The burly man in golden armor didn't expect Su Chen to dare to fight him head-on. He was delighted and punched without hesitation. The next moment, the two fists collided violently. Bang! A loud explosion was heard. The burly man in golden armor and his armor were blasted into dust. Seeing this scene, Tianhe and Xuanji were so shocked that even their breathing stopped. The burly man in golden armor was a level 5 evolver. The armor he wore was also extraordinary. It could withstand attacks that were one level higher than his own. Even so, he was still blasted into nothingness by Su Chen's punch. From this, it could be seen how powerful Su Chen's punch was. Chapter 477. Jin Su, who had wanted to escape, was scared out of his wits by Su Chen's punch. His body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to kill Jin Su, a bright golden light appeared on Jin Su's body. At the same time, a powerful energy ripple revolved around Jin Su, forming a defensive barrier that enveloped him. Ha! When the golden light appeared, Jin Su stood up slowly. After a wild laugh, he regained his arrogant and condescending attitude. With the golden body shield that my father gave me, you can stop dreaming if you want to kill me, human. Jin Su stared at Su Chen and taunted him. The golden body shield could be considered as something derived from a defensive formation. When it sensed danger, it would automatically activate. Its defensive power was not to be underestimated. It could withstand a fatal blow from a level 7 cultivator. Previously, Jin Su had forgotten about this trump card due to his excessive fear. Now that he had the golden body shield, he was full of confidence. He was not afraid of Su Chen's threat at all. Do you think that I can't do anything to you with a turtle shell? Su Chen rubbed his nose and sneered. The attacks that he had shown so far were only the tip of the iceberg. His strongest trump cards, the chaotic Skysplitter sword and the integrated 5 Extremes mountain, had not been used yet. The former had the power to tear apart space, while the latter had the 5 elements magic power and 108,000 pounds of weight. No matter which one he used, it would be easy for him to destroy a protective shield. Therefore, Jin Su's fearlessness was laughable in Su Chen's eyes. You're just a level 6 cultivator. So what if you're stronger than your peers? My golden body shield can withstand a level 7 cultivator's attack. What can you do to me? Jin Su laughed disdainfully. You're just a frog in a well. Su Chen pursed his lips. With a flash of light, a pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. Then he held the sword with both hands and slashed at Jianghu. After a series of spatial distortions, a black vortex that was around 10 feet in size emerged. What kind of attack is that? Feeling the terrifying tearing force from the vortex, Jianghu's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Senior, my father is a level 9 telekinesis master. You can't kill me." Seeing the black vortex drifting towards him, Jianghu smelled the scent of death and lost confidence in his golden body barrier. In order to survive, he could only use his father's name and his strength to make Su Chen wary. Unfortunately, he did not understand Su Chen. Once Su Chen's killing intent was ignited, it would absolutely not stop. Not to mention a level 9 Spirit Reader Master, even if it was a level 10 Spirit Reader Master supporting Jianghu, Su Chen would still kill him without hesitation. You can die in peace. I, your father, will kill you sooner or later. Su Chen's lips curled into a cruel smile. He held the chaos sky-splitting sword with both hands and pointed at it from afar. The black vortex floating in the air seemed to have received an order. With just a rotation, it enveloped Jianghu. Jianghu let out a heart-wrenching scream. His entire body, including the golden body barrier outside his body, was torn apart like paper and turned into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The moment Jianghu died, in a magnificent hall on the Protoss continent, a dignified middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. He roared, "Who dares to kill my son, Jin Yonan? I'll crush your bones and scatter your ashes." Chapter 478. Su Chen put away the Chaos Skysplitter sword and glanced at it. His lips curled up slightly. He saw a bunch of shiny shards. Although he had only managed to kill 3 of the mutated race members, he had obtained 130 fragments from them. The one who contributed the most was Jianghu. Killing him alone gave him a total of 100 shards. Then, Su Chen began to pick up the shards. Tianhe and Xuanji looked at each other and could see the shock in each other's eyes. Not only were they shocked by Su Chen's power, but they were also shocked by Su Chen's audacity. Jianghu was not only a genius of the Protoss, he was also the Imperial God King's favorite son. As a level 9 telekinesis master, the Imperial God King held a high position in the Protoss. His son's death was a huge blow. Once the Protoss found out the cause of Jianghu's death, they would definitely seek revenge on Su Chen. As one of the 5 super tribes, the Protoss were extremely powerful. By then, would Su Chen still have a way out? He's still too young. Tianhe sighed. Although Su Chen was powerful, could he be more powerful than an entire tribe? As if he could foresee Su Chen's fate in the future, Tianhe did not feel good about it. After all, Su Chen had saved his life, and he really wanted to help Su Chen. But in front of the Protoss, he was not even an ant. What could he do to help? After picking up the shards, Su Chen called everyone back to the cabin. Before he left, he glanced at Tianhe and Xuanji casually. He did not say anything, nor did he kill them. Although Tianhe and Xuanji were mutated tribesmen, not all mutated tribesmen were evil. Just like the dwarf tribe on the island of nothingness, they could live peacefully with humans. Su Chen would not kill these mutated tribesmen. Moreover, he had obtained the water spirit stone from Xuanji. He had also learned the whereabouts of the other water spirit stones from Xuanji, so she had done him a favor. Su Chen wouldn't do anything to them. Satoshi, lock onto Savage Island and sail at full speed, Su Chen ordered as soon as he returned to the cabin. Yes. The intelligent war chariot drove at full speed toward the Savage Island. After the intelligent war chariot disappeared from sight, Sky River and Xuanji looked at each other and quickly left. 2 hours later, the intelligent war chariot arrived at Savage Island. Su Chen observed through the central control screen that there were less than 1,000 mermaids on Savage Island, and they were all gathered in a valley. Although the Barbarian Island was not a large island, it was still about 1/5 the size of Thousand Feather Island. He had never thought that the number of mermaids would be so small, which somewhat disappointed him. However, his main purpose for coming here was for the water spirit stones, so he could accept the small number of mermaids. After locking onto the location of the valley, the intelligent war chariot quickly drove over. An hour later, they appeared in the valley. Su Chen led a group of people out of the chariot, completely disregarding the thousands of mermaids here. On the way, he had already learned that the strongest mermaid here was a level 4 evolver, and there was only one of them. The rest were mostly cultivators below level 3. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian could defeat them if they joined forces. The appearance of the intelligent war chariot naturally attracted the attention of the mermaids. They gathered and surrounded the intelligent war chariot. Chapter 479. Humans, you've got guts. How dare you trespass on our territory? What's your motive for coming here? An old lady holding a scepter walked out from the crowd. She glanced at Su Chen and the rest and questioned them coldly. I'm here to look for the water spirit stone. Su Chen waved the necklace in his hand and said calmly. The old lady sized it up and her expression suddenly changed. She asked anxiously, "Where did you get this necklace from?" She had already recognized the necklace. It was the necklace that Xuanji wore around her neck. After Xuanji escaped from the savage island, all the powerful figures in the tribe had gone out to capture her, but they had not been able to do so. Since this human had Xuanji's necklace, he must know where she was. If they could track Xuanji down and capture her, it would definitely be a great achievement. At this thought, the old lady was a little agitated. Do I need to report to you where I got it from? Su Chen laughed disdainfully. Hearing this, the old lady's expression darkened. She sized up Su Chen again and snorted coldly. Human, how dare you speak to me in such a tone? Aren't you afraid of death? This old lady from a different tribe is a little arrogant. The people from a different tribe are all like this. They think too highly of themselves. You'll get used to it. She'll cry later. Yang Hao and the rest started discussing loudly, completely ignoring the old lady's murderous gaze. Arrogant. A mere human dares to humiliate the mermaid tribe. You're asking for death. One of the mermaids could not take it anymore and roared at Yang Hao and the rest. The rest of the mermaids could not suppress their anger either. They all took out their weapons and waited for the old lady's command to tear this group of humans into pieces. Su Chen did not want to waste any more time and shot a look at Wu Yang. Leader Wu, let's do it. Wu Yang and the rest had not fought for a long time ever since they entered the sea. It was time for them to get some exercise. Yang Hao and the other two couldn't hold it in any longer. They charged forward madly. Wu Yang and Yang Lingtian looked at each other and followed closely behind. Yang Qian and the other two, including Shen Mengfei, also attacked together. The old mermaid waved the wooden staff in her hand and gave the order, "Kill!" All of a sudden, the entire valley was filled with the sounds of battle. Puchi, puchi, accompanied by the sounds of blades piercing into flesh, more than 10 mermaids were killed in an instant. Although Wu Yang and the others were few in number, each and every one of them was a powerful warrior who had been through hundreds of battles. They charged into the crowd of mermaids like wolves in a flock of sheep, slaughtering wantonly. Seeing this, the old mermaid's heart trembled. Just as she was about to attack, she discovered that her entire body was entangled by an invisible force, and she was unable to move at all. What level of spiritual power is this? The old mermaid woman had never encountered such a terrifying mind power. She felt that it was even stronger than Jin Su's mind power. Could it be level 7 spiritual power? This thought appeared in the old mermaid woman's mind, and her heart sank to the bottom. He was only a level 4 evolver, and in front of a level 7 spiritual power master, he was like an ant that could be easily crushed. Tell me the whereabouts of the water spirit stone, and I will give you a quick death. Su Chen used his mind power to pull the old mermaid woman in front of him and said coldly, "You are a level 7 spiritual power master." The old mermaid woman opened her mouth, and her face was a mixture of disbelief and fear. In her eyes, Su Chen was so young and was a human. How could his mind power be so strong? It did not make sense. Chapter 480. Seeing that the old mermaid did not take his words seriously and was still surprised, Su Chen huffed and used his spiritual energy to squeeze her. Ah! The old mermaid shrieked and reacted at this moment. She shouted, "Senior, the water spiritual stones are in the pouch on my waist. Please spare me." Su Chen quickly took the pouch and checked it. When he confirmed that there were water spiritual stones and that there were exactly 20 of them, he killed the old mermaid without hesitation. Then he began to pick up the fragments. As for the other mermaids, Wu Yang and the rest were enough to kill them all. Half an hour later, Su Chen was done picking up the fragments. His face was brimming with smiles. There were not many fragments this time, but there was a purplish gold fragment. As a result, the total number of energy points exceeded the 10,000 mark and reached 10,900 points. For example, the 10,000 lights 10 shadows fighting technique, the 5 elements thunder purgatory formation, the Atlas shape-shifting technique, the illusionary blazing feather divine dragon, and so on. Back in the car, Su Chen immediately installed 10 water spiritual stones on the intelligent war chariot. When the water spiritual stones disappeared into the grooves, the intelligent war chariot successfully activated its invisibility function. Satoshi continued to sail towards the mysterious heavenly mainland. Su Chen ordered and sat in the driver's seat to activate the Doomsday Mall. Since his energy points had exceeded 10,000, it would be a waste to keep them. Naturally, he had to exchange for something. However, there were still 4 items that could be exchanged for 10,000 energy points. Su Chen hesitated for a while and finally decided to exchange for the Atlas polymorph. As for why he made such a choice, it was because of his intuition. He vaguely felt that the Atlas polymorph would help him more and more. The moment the Atlas polymorph was successfully exchanged, Su Chen received a reply. The Atlas polymorph was a very special secret skill. After casting it, one's body would expand to about 30 meters. Not only would one have immense strength and be indestructible, but one's attributes would also increase by 1 level. In other words, Su Chen was now at level 6. After the upgrade, all 3 professions would be at level 7. As expected of something that can be exchanged for 10,000 energy points. Awesome. After reading the feedback, Su Chen sighed from the bottom of his heart. So far, he had exchanged 4 items worth 10,000 energy points. They were the Ancient God-Fiend Body, Heavenly Strength Technique, Chaotic Sky-Splitting Sword, and Time Accelerator. The Ancient God-Fiend Body was invincible among those of the same level. It was immune to all poisons and evils. The Tong Tian Hundredfold Strength Technique could increase one's strength by 100 times. When it came to strength, no matter who it was, no matter what race it was, they were all nothing in front of him. The Primal Chaos Sky-Splitting Sword had the power to tear apart space. It was as easy as pinching an ant to kill someone at the same level as him. It was not difficult to kill someone 1 level higher than him. Although the Time Accelerator was an auxiliary item, the fact that it could speed up the flow of time was no small matter. The reason why the Essence Fruit Tree could bear fruit so quickly was mainly because of the Time Accelerator. It could be said that the items exchanged with universal energy points had never disappointed Su Chen. As for the Atlas polymorph, he even felt that it was a little more powerful than the other 4 items. With his ability to easily kill enemies of a higher level after using the Atlas polymorph, he was confident that he could kill a level 8 cultivator. There was no doubt that Su Chen had another powerful trump card. At the same time, his strength had increased by a lot. Chapter 481. After obtaining the Atlas polymorph skill, Su Chen was about to close his eyes and rest for a while. Suddenly, the alarm sounded on the central control screen. Warning, a level 6 alien creature has been spotted 100 miles ahead. The intelligent war chariot had not sounded an alarm for a long time. This time, it meant that the level 6 alien creature was a threat. Satoshi, is this level 6 creature coming for us? Suchin asked. His main goal was to get to the mysterious heavenly continent as soon as possible. If this level 6 creature did not come for him, he would not waste his time hunting it. Master, it seems to be coming for us, the intelligent war chariot reminded him. Suchin raised his eyebrows and looked at the central control screen. Indeed, he saw a black dot flying toward them. Its speed was even faster than the intelligent war chariot. Interesting, Suchin muttered. A mere level 6 foreign race creature was nothing in his eyes. However, what made him feel a little strange was how the other party was able to discover him even though they were hundreds of miles apart. Could it be that it had the same sensing ability as the intelligent war chariot? 10 minutes later, an unusually large sea monster appeared in front of the intelligent war chariot. It was more than twice the size of the heavenly overlord turtle. Moreover, its appearance was very strange. There was a long and narrow mouth on its huge head, and its eyes were as small as gravel. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see it at all. Humans, surrender, or I'll swallow you all. As soon as the sea monster appeared, it released a huge amount of pressure in an attempt to intimidate Suchin. Suchin walked out of the cabin alone and glanced at the sea monster. He was puzzled. Do you know me? Judging from the other party's tone, it seemed to be coming for him. However, this was the first time he met this sea monster. They had nothing to do with each other. Why did it want to capture him? Hee, the sea monster grinned and laughed sinisterly. I don't know you, but I know you must be the one who killed Jianghu of the Protoss. I see. Suchin was enlightened. As one of the 5 great super races, the divine race was bound to have many subsidiary factions. He didn't know which race the sea monster belonged to, but it was definitely under the control of the god race. After figuring out the other party's purpose, Suchin smiled and said, Since you know that I killed Jianghu, you still have the guts to chase after me? Aren't you afraid of death? Of course I can't do anything to you, but I didn't come alone. The sea demon beast opened its big mouth and drew a strange arc in the air. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a middle-aged man in purple flying over from afar. He was actually walking on the waves. Moreover, his speed was as fast as lightning. In just a few breaths, he had arrived in front of them. So fast. Suchin raised his eyebrows. Generally speaking, the faster one's speed was, the stronger one's strength was. The purple-clothed man's speed was the fastest he had ever seen, which undoubtedly proved his strength. As for whether it was level 7 or 8, Suchin couldn't be sure for the time being. Master, he's a level 8 evolver, the intelligent war chariot reminded him. When they learned that the man was a level 8 evolver, the expressions of everyone in the chariot changed. Although Suchin was very strong, he was only level 6 after all. Could he be a match for someone 2 levels higher than him? Everyone couldn't help but start to worry. Chapter 482. Are you the human who killed Jianghu? The man in purple looked at Suchin with interest and was not in a hurry to make a move. As a level 8 evolver, he had absolute confidence in himself. No matter how powerful Suchin was, it was impossible for him to escape from him. Jianghu died in my hands. Suchin did not hide it. After admitting it openly, he asked, Which race are you from? The man in purple looked no different from a human in appearance, but since he had colluded with the Protoss, the possibility of him being a human was very small. You are not qualified to know which race I am from. The man in purple smiled contemptuously. Suchin was slightly stunned. This kind of tone, this kind of intonation, he often said. He did not expect the other party to say the same thing to him. Suchin rubbed his nose and sneered, If you don't say it, I will beat you until you do. A level 8 evolver was indeed a deterrent to him in the past. But it was different now. He had just exchanged for the sky-raising wood transformation technique, and his cultivation could be raised to level 7 in an instant. A mere level 8 evolver was no longer a concern. As soon as Suchin finished speaking, The man in purple's expression froze. When did humans become so arrogant? A level 6 dared to threaten a level 8? Did he think he could be arrogant after killing Jinsu? Wu Yang and the others in the intelligent chariot swallowed at the same time. Su Chen was still the same Su Chen. He was still as domineering as ever. Even in the face of a powerhouse 2 levels higher than himself, he was still calm and not afraid at all. The realm of a powerful person was indeed extraordinary. Shen Mingfei was a little dumbfounded. Su Chen's strength was vivid in her mind these days. He was invincible in the same level, and killing enemies above his level was as easy as pie. But the man in purple in front of her was level 8, 2 levels higher than Su Chen. No matter how strong Su Chen was, he could not be a match for a level 8 evolver, right? Then why was he so fearless? He even threatened to beat the other party until he spoke. Arrogant. The sea beast gritted its teeth and roared at Su Chen. Then, it looked at the purple-robed man and said respectfully, "Master, this human is too arrogant. Please take him down." The purple-robed man glanced coldly at Su Chen and snorted lightly, "You think you can defeat me, you ant? Let's see what you're made of." With that, he raised his hand and grabbed at Su Chen from afar. All of a sudden, a giant claw the size of a small mountain appeared and covered Su Chen's head. It was the first time that Su Chen had encountered such an attack. His expression became serious. Suddenly, a bright golden light appeared on his palm. Then he threw a punch without flinching. Amidst the whistling, 100 golden fist shadows smashed towards the giant claw. Bang, bang, bang. Amidst the earth-shattering collision, the giant claw and the golden fist were destroyed at the same time. The purple-clothed man and Su Chen exchanged blows for the first time, and they were actually evenly matched, fighting to a draw. Seeing this, Su Chen was a little moved. The Pegasus Meteor Fist had always been successful against enemies. Even if it was against opponents 2 levels higher, it would still have a certain degree of lethality. He never thought that the purple-clothed man would be able to resolve it so easily. From this, it could be seen that the purple-clothed man was an extremely powerful existence even among level 8. He was definitely not someone that an ordinary level 8 could compare to. At the same time, the purple-clothed man was even more shocked. His claw just now was not a casual claw. He had used some kind of secret technique, and it was extremely powerful. Even so, it still could not do anything to Su Chen. When did such a monster appear among the human race? The purple-clothed man shouted in his heart. One must know that Su Chen was only level 6, 2 levels lower than him. Yet he dared to fight him head-on and was not at a disadvantage at all. It could be imagined that if Su Chen was also level 8, he would definitely not be a match for him. Perhaps he would be crushed in a single blow. Chapter 483. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. You do have some skills. The man in purple took a deep breath and calmed down. In his view, Su Chen must have used his trump card to fight to a draw with him. Trump cards were used to save one's life. Since Su Chen had used his trump card, he must have run out of tricks later. He could use his advantage in level to completely crush Su Chen. I've never killed a level 8 cultivator. Today, I'll start with you. A sneer flashed across Su Chen's mouth, and his eyes narrowed. It was his first time encountering such a powerful opponent like the man in purple, which aroused his fighting spirit. Shameless boasting. Today, I'll make you despair. The man in purple snorted coldly and punched Su Chen from afar. Whoosh whoosh, a strong gust of wind blew. Suddenly, a fist the size of 10 feet appeared in the sky and smashed down at Su Chen. Crack. But at this moment, Su Chen's entire body emitted a crisp sound of bones cracking. Then, his body grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he became 10 feet tall, like a giant. Chen Gu can transform? Yang Hao's mouth was agape as he stared dumbfounded. The others were also shocked and looked at Su Chen. He still has a trump card. The face of the purple-clothed man became uncertain. Su Chen's sudden transformation caught him off guard, and he also smelled a trace of danger. The sea monsters on the side trembled when they felt the powerful pressure from Su Chen's body. Their hearts palpitated. After using the Atlas shape-shifting skill, Su Chen's attributes increased by 1 level and he became a level 7 cultivator. Just as the giant fist was close to him, he reached out his hand and grabbed it. He easily caught the giant fist in his hand and squeezed it gently. Boom! A loud explosion was heard. The giant fist instantly turned into fine powder. The moment the giant fist was crushed, the purple-clothed man seemed to have suffered a backlash, and his face became abnormally pale. Su Chen didn't give him time to react. He released his spiritual force and swept forward. After suppressing the purple-clothed man, he suddenly stepped forward, causing the sea to set off huge waves. As he approached, Su Chen clenched a huge golden fist and smashed it down. The purple-clothed man was inexplicably terrified as he struggled with all his might. However, Su Chen's spiritual power was already 1 level higher than his own. Coupled with the enhancement from Atlas Polymorph, the strength of his spiritual power had already exceeded level 8. How could the purple-clothed man break free so easily? The purple-clothed man let out a desperate roar as his entire body was smashed into pieces by Su Chen's punch. He died on the spot. At the place where he died, there were about 500 to 600 pieces of shards that flickered with light. Seeing this, Su Chen's lips curled up slightly. Chenggu is still as awesome as ever. Yang Hao and the others were excited. Too strong. Shen Mengfei, who was next to him, swallowed hard. Her face was full of shock. At first, he thought that Su Chen was doomed this time. He never thought that after Su Chen transformed, he was so powerful that it was unimaginable. He killed a level 8 evolver with 1 punch. It was unbelievable. Master is dead. The sea monster was stunned for a moment. When it confirmed that the purple-clothed man was indeed smashed into nothing, a deep layer of fear surged from the bottom of its heart. No, I have to leave this place immediately. With this thought flashing through its mind, the sea monster planned to escape. But at this moment, a cold snort pierced its ears. If you dare to move, I'll skin you alive. Chapter 484. Hearing this, the sea demon beast shuddered and stopped where it was. It didn't even dare to move. It had witnessed Su Chen's strength with its own eyes. He could even kill a level 8 evolver. Wouldn't killing a level 6 sea demon beast be as easy as killing an ant? It knew very well that if it wanted to live, it had to listen to Su Chen's words. Su Chen put away Atlas Polymorph and narrowed his eyes at the sea demon beast. He said coldly, "Which clan is that man in purple from?" "Senior, he's from the Qingshi clan," the sea demon beast replied respectfully. "Where's the realm passage from the Qingshi clan to here?" Su Chen asked calmly. The man in purple was abnormally strong. This proved that the Qingshi clan was not an ordinary clan. He planned to find the realm passage and destroy it. The Qingshi clan doesn't have a realm passage that leads here, the sea demon beast replied truthfully. Su Chen raised his eyebrows. Without a realm passage, how did the other party get here? Without waiting for Su Chen to ask, the sea demon beast explained, "We came in through the realm passage of the sea race?" Sea race? Su Chen pondered for a moment before asking, "Are the Simstone clan and the sea clan subordinate to the god race?" "Yes," the sea demon beast replied. "So the sea race is also preparing to capture me?" Su Chen's eyes narrowed. The sea race is indeed preparing to capture Senior, but they're waiting for the arrival of a few strong people, so they haven't made a move yet. The sea demon beast didn't hide anything. How strong are the sea race and the Qingshi clan? What's the level of their strongest? Su Chen continued to ask. Since they had already fallen out with the god clan, and the sea race was a subordinate of the god clan, they would definitely fight when they met in the future. Before that, it was best to figure out the other party's background. The Sea clan is a super clan, and there are people who have surpassed level 10. The Qing clan is not well known, and there are not many of them, but every one of them is strong. The strongest is their leader, who is a level 10 evolver. Hearing this, Su Chen was slightly moved. The Sea tribe and the Chimera tribe were very strong. Although their overall strength was not as strong as the 5 super tribes, they were much stronger than the Beast tribe and the Half-Beast tribe. After figuring out the background of these 2 clans, Su Chen continued to ask, "How did you know that I killed Jin Su? How did you find me?" When Jin Su was killed, only Tianhe and Xuanji knew about it. Everyone else was killed. Later on the Savage Island, he also wiped out the entire mermaid clan. Logically speaking, this matter shouldn't have been leaked. Unless Tianhe and Xuanji were caught and sold him out. "Senior, I have a special aura sensing skill. Even if Jin Su died without a complete corpse, I would still be able to sense Senior's aura at the place where he died." It was with this skill that I was able to find Senior's whereabouts, the sea monster explained. "You're quite capable." Su Chen nodded slightly. This sea demon beast was not very strong, but its ability to find a target was very good. "Senior, you flatter me." The sea demon beast was delighted to receive Su Chen's praise. "This guy is being polite to me?" Su Chen curled the corner of his mouth and released a lightning spell without warning, killing the sea beastkin beast cleanly. In an instant, more than 100 shining shards appeared on the sea demon beast's corpse. Su Chen walked forward happily. He first dug out the sea demon beast's energy stone, then began to pick up the shards. Chapter 485. After picking up the fragments and disposing of the sea beast's bodies, Su Chen and the others returned to the cabin and continued to sail toward the mysterious heavenly mainland. As for killing the Sea clan, he temporarily gave up on this plan. After all, the Sea clan was a big clan. There must be many powerhouses. It would not be easy to eliminate them. At present, his main goal was to find the primordial spirit-shaping fruit tree. He did not want to be delayed by other things. Of course, the premise was that the Sea clan did not come looking for trouble. If they did not know what was good for them and came to hunt him down, he would kill them completely even if it would waste some time. After that, the intelligent war chariot sailed for 2 days. It was peaceful and did not encounter any attacks. At this speed, we should be able to reach the mysterious heavenly mainland in less than 7 days. Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the central control screen as he muttered to himself. There was no light spot on the central control screen, and there were no islands nearby. This meant that there would not be any trouble later on. Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief, slowly closed his eyes, and began to rest. Unexpectedly, before he could rest for long, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded him, "Master, I feel that the nearby sea is very strange. There seems to be something dangerous hidden, but I can't find it." Su Chen opened his eyes and exclaimed softly. The intelligent war chariot's detection ability was very strong. Under its detection, no creature could hide. If there was really danger nearby, logically speaking, it should be able to find it. However, he did not doubt the intelligent war chariot's words at all. The intelligent war chariot was an intelligent machine. It would not shoot without a target. In that case, was there really a very dangerous thing hidden nearby that successfully avoided the detection of the intelligent war chariot? Thinking of this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the central control screen. However, he saw that it was calm. "Satoshi, what else do you feel?" Su Chen asked in a low voice. The unknown was often the most dangerous. If he did not find any clues, he would always feel uneasy. "Master, ever since I entered this sea, my speed has inexplicably decreased a lot. It's as if there's resistance," the intelligent war chariot replied. Hearing this, Su Chen began to think. The speed of the intelligent war chariot would not decrease for no reason. There must be something wrong with the seawater outside. Suddenly, Su Chen released his spiritual power and extended it into the sea outside. Spiritual power also had a probing function, which was the same as the probing function of the intelligent chariot. However, there were still some subtle differences between the two. The detection function of the intelligent war chariot was a technological method And spiritual power was not a technological method. It was a very mysterious detection method. Through the probing of his spiritual energy, Su Chen quickly found some clues. The seawater below the intelligent war chariot was much thicker than the seawater around it. The two could be distinguished by their colors. As expected, the problem lies in the seawater. Su Chen muttered to himself and continued to observe the seawater. All of a sudden, he discovered a very strange thing. The seawater below the intelligent war chariot looked like a huge palm from the silhouette. Compared to this palm, the intelligent war chariot was like an ant. Is it an illusion? Or is there really such a huge palm? Su Chen's eyelids twitched and he looked behind the palm. He saw a sea giant that was hundreds of meters tall standing 50 meters away. And this huge palm extended from the body of the sea giant. Chapter 486. What's this? Su Chen was shocked. Just as he was about to go out to take a look, the hand in the sea grabbed the intelligent war chariot. It happened so suddenly that Yang Hao and the others were caught off guard. They all fell and screamed. Satoshi, open the door! Su Chen shouted. The moment the door opened, he rushed out. Flying in the air, he squinted his eyes and saw that the intelligent war chariot was being held by a hand made of seawater. Moreover, the hand was slowly exerting force. The intelligent war chariot made creaking sounds as if it was about to collapse. The intelligent war chariot was now in its level 6 form. It could withstand the attack of a level 6 cultivator. In such a situation, the opponent's attack power had definitely exceeded level 6. It might even be stronger than level 7. Otherwise, the intelligent war chariot would not have been defeated in one blow. Once the intelligent war chariot was destroyed, none of the people in the chariot would be spared. Su Chen would not allow such a situation to happen. He quickly pulled out the enchanted divine sword. Break! Su Chen held the sword with both hands and slashed at the hand in the sea. A huge gray wind blade swept out and easily shattered the hand in the sea. Crash! Large amounts of seawater fell from the sky like a torrential rain. The intelligent war chariot also fell into the sea and smashed a huge wave. Satoshi, are you okay? Su Chen looked at the intelligent war chariot and asked worriedly. Master, I've suffered quite a bit of damage. However, I have the ability to repair myself. It's not a big problem, the intelligent war chariot replied. Leave this place first. I'll look for you later. Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief and instructed. The opponent's attack method was a little strange. Moreover, it was abnormally strong. In order to prevent damage to the intelligent war chariot, he had to let it leave this place. The intelligent war chariot was also smart. In order to prevent another sneak attack, it directly activated the invisibility function and disappeared into the sea. Su Chen was connected to the intelligent war chariot. Although he could not see it, he could clearly sense its location. After the intelligent war chariot was a few miles away, he turned around and fixed his eyes on a certain part of the sea. He said sternly, "Don't play tricks. Come out." Gurgle, gurgle. On the surface of the sea not far away, the seawater started to churn violently. Immediately afterward, a huge wave surged up, as if something was crawling out from the bottom of the sea. Su Chen was not in a hurry to make a move. He stood quietly in the air and waited. A few seconds later, the entire surface of the sea surged violently. A colossal creature that was over 300 meters tall emerged and stood on the surface of the sea. This gigantic creature was in the shape of a human, and its entire body was made of seawater. However, the strange thing was that its huge head did not have a nose or mouth. It only had 3 eyes, and in each eye stood a man. Why is it only level 7? Su Chen frowned slightly as he felt the aura of the other party. Initially, he thought that this colossal creature would be at least level 8. He did not expect it to only be level 7. How dare it provoke him at level 7? Was it not courting death? At the same time, the people in the intelligent war chariot were all stunned by the scene before them. The impact of this colossus, which was hundreds of meters tall, was simply too strong. In the past, the tallest creature they had seen was the Titan. However, compared to the colossal creature before them, the Titan was only a little brother. Chapter 487. Could Su Chen still be a match for such a colossus? Yang Hao and the others were worried. Even Wu Yang, who had always been confident in Su Chen, was uncertain this time. On the other side, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Which race are you from? Why did you ambush us here?" "Su Chen, you are indeed capable. No wonder you could kill Tsing Yifan from the Qing clan." A man's sneer came from the middle eye of the sea giant. He turned a deaf ear to Su Chen's question. "Since you know my strength, you still dare to ambush me. Are you not afraid of death?" Su Chen frowned slightly. Tsing Yifan should be the level 8 evolver that he had killed. With Tsing Yifan's strength, he was definitely one of the strongest level 8 evolvers. Since they knew his strength, why did they still dare to come here? Who gave them the courage? "You can kill Tsing Yifan, but you think you are a match for us? You think too highly of yourself." The man in the left eye sneered. Then the man in the right eye said, "Su Chen, let me tell you the truth. We are invincible in the sea. No matter how powerful you are, you will be buried here today." Su Chen curled his lips and smiled contemptuously. "I have to say that you are indeed capable of bragging. I am standing right here. Come and kill me if you dare." "Arrogant. You overestimate yourself." Frogs in a well. The three men were angered by Su Chen's words and shouted at the same time. Suddenly, the sea giant clenched a fist that was dozens of feet in size and smashed toward Su Chen. Seeing this, Su Chen was not afraid. His palm shone with a bright golden light as he punched. Whoosh whoosh, a loud whistling sound was heard as 100 golden fist shadows appeared in the air. As Su Chen punched, the 100 fist shadows landed on the sea giant's fist. Bang, bang, bang. In a series of explosions, the huge sea giant's fist was easily destroyed. "Is that all you have?" Su Chen sneered. "Secret fist technique. No wonder you are so arrogant." The man in the left eye clicked his tongue. The sea giant was a level 7 evolver. The power of this fist was enough to make a level 7 evolver retreat. On the other hand, Su Chen was only level 6, but he did not retreat. He could even easily destroy the sea giant's fist. The man in the middle eye said disdainfully, "Do you think you can show off in front of us just because you have the upper hand? Let me tell you the truth. We are not only invincible in the sea, we are also invincible. Wake up." As soon as he finished speaking, the seawater under the feet of the sea giant surged up and rushed to the right arm that was about to collapse. In the blink of an eye, an intact seawater hand appeared in front of Su Chen's eyes. "Ha, brat, do you know what it means to be immortal?" The man in the right eye laughed wantonly. "Invincible? What a shameless boast." Su Chen scoffed at this. In his opinion, the sea giant's ability was similar to the body of healing. They could both heal their injuries quickly. However, it was still far from being immortal and indestructible. Invincible meant that they could not be killed. The sea giant was controlled by 3 men. As long as the 3 men were killed, the sea giant would naturally be destroyed. After figuring this out, Su Chen decided to use a thunderous method to end the battle as soon as possible. Crack! Along with the sound of bones cracking, Su Chen's body grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was 10 feet tall. At the same time, a violent aura leaked out. After using the Atlas shape-shifting skill, Su Chen's strength had increased to level 7. Chapter 488. Transformation Skill. The 3 men in the eyes of the sea giant exclaimed at the same time. Su Chen actually had such a powerful trump card, which was something they did not expect. With Su Chen's promotion to level 7, let alone taking him down, it was hard to say if they could even be his opponent. What should we do? Should we continue to fight with him? The man in the right eye was hesitant. Su Chen had already intimidated them greatly when he was at level 6. Now that he was at level 7, his strength had increased exponentially. He might really be able to cause fatal damage to them. What are you afraid of? In the sea, we have an obvious advantage. Even if we are not his match, we can just run away. The man in the middle gritted his teeth and said. In fact, he was still very afraid of Su Chen. However, before they came, they had already boasted to the higher-ups of the tribe that they would definitely bring Su Chen's body back. If they ran away without fighting, it would be a disgrace. They would definitely be punished when they returned to the tribe, and their future would be very bleak. No matter how strong Su Chen is, he won't have the ability to recover so quickly like us. We can exhaust him to death. The man in the left eye said disdainfully. The sea giant could continuously use seawater to heal itself, but Su Chen did not have such an ability. As long as they could hold Su Chen back and exhaust Su Chen's strength, victory would definitely belong to them. Hearing this, the eyes of the other 2 men of the sea tribe suddenly lit up. The 3 of them looked at each other and laughed wantonly. Kill him! Suddenly, the sea giant clenched its fist again and smashed it towards Su Chen. This time, Su Chen did not choose to dodge or counterattack. He just let the fist hit him. With the ancient god-demon body, he could ignore any attack of the same level. In a situation where they were both at level 7, the fist of the sea giant could not do anything to him. The 3 men of the sea tribe did not know Su Chen's background. When they saw that Su Chen did not dodge, they were stunned for a moment, then they were overjoyed. Even a level 8 evolver would not dare to use his physical body to block the attack of a level 7 sea giant. Su Chen was only level 7, yet he still dared to do such a thing. It was tantamount to seeking his own death. There was a loud boom. The seawater fist smashed onto Su Chen's body and even submerged Su Chen's entire body. However, the expected scene of Su Chen being sent flying did not happen. On the other hand, when the seawater fist came into contact with Su Chen, it inexplicably collapsed. It felt like an egg hitting a rock. How could this be? Did he have an indestructible body? How could his physical body be so strong? The 3 men from the sea tribe were dumbfounded, and their hearts were in turmoil. Su Chen defeated the fist of the sea giant with only his physical body. His strength could only be described as incredible. At this moment, the fear in the hearts of the 3 of them had reached its peak. They all had the same thought, and that was to immediately flee from this place as far as they could. Run! With this thought in mind, the sea giant turned around and fled. Its speed was so fast that it was even faster than the intelligent war chariot. Want to run? Did I agree? Su Chen smiled contemptuously. Then, purple light surrounded his feet as he stomped hard. With a boom, the entire surface of the sea was trampled. Every time Su Chen took a step, there would be a huge wave under his feet. In just a few steps, he had already caught up with the sea giant. Then he swung his saber. In an instant, a terrifying icy intent swept forward. When it came into contact with the sea giant, it directly froze it. Chapter 489. Seeing the huge ice sculpture that was hundreds of meters tall on the sea, the people in the intelligent war chariot were both excited and shocked. Oh my god! Chen Gu can even freeze such a big guy. He's really powerful. Chen Gu is still as awesome as ever. Yang Hao and the others kept exclaiming. What a powerful ice magic. How powerful is he? Shen Mingxi's eyes were fixed on Su Chen as she murmured. On the other side, as soon as Su Chen froze the sea giant, he ran the heaven-reaching hundredfold vigorous technique and punched the ice sculpture's body. There was a loud bang. The huge ice sculpture disintegrated and turned into ice shards that shot out in all directions. Senior, please have mercy. A huge ice ball fell from the sky with 3 men from the sea tribe wrapped in it. At this moment, the 3 of them were scared out of their wits and begged Su Chen for mercy. Su Chen released his mind power and pulled the ice ball closer. He asked coldly, I'll ask you one more time. Which tribe are you from? Senior, we're from the sea tribe. The three men from the Sea Tribe replied in unison. The Sea Tribe? Su Chen muttered. The Sea Tribe was a subordinate force of the Protoss. It was understandable that they would come here to kill him. Originally, he didn't want to eliminate the Sea Tribe in a hurry. He didn't expect that they would really provoke him and force him to take action. Then, he asked without batting an eyelid, "Where is the realm passage of the Sea Clan to this place?" "It's on Wild Island." The three men from the Sea Tribe didn't dare to hide anything and answered truthfully. Hearing this, Su Chen was a little hesitant. He had seen Wild Island on the central control screen. It was quite far away from here. If he wanted to eliminate the Sea Tribe, it would take at least a few days. "I'll let you live a little longer." Su Chen snorted coldly. In order to get the primordial spirit-shaping fruit tree as soon as possible, he could only put the matter of eliminating the Sea Tribe aside. Shortly after, he released the thunderstorm technique and mercilessly killed the three merfolk. After the three members of the sea race died, 100 fragments slowly floated down from the sky. Su Chen put away Atlas Polymorph and began to pick up the fragments. Picked up Drunken Life/Death, Fragment *1/100. The fragment is not full, so it cannot be used. It can be exchanged for energy points. Su Chen did not care at first, but when he heard that he needed 100 fragments, his heart skipped a beat. The name of Drunken Life seemed a little ordinary and not domineering at all, but the number of fragments was on the same level as the ancient god-fiend body. The items that required 100 fragments to exchange for were all of high quality without exception. Su Chen was naturally reluctant to exchange them for energy points. With that, he continued to pick up the shards. The remaining fragments were not worth much, so they were all exchanged for energy points. Su Chen opened the Doomsday Mall. When he saw that the energy points had reached more than 2,000, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. After a while, he returned to the Intelligent War Chariot and ordered, "Satoshi, continue to the mysterious heavenly mainland." The Intelligent War Chariot accelerated. 3 days later, the terrain of the mysterious heavenly mainland appeared on the central control screen. "We're finally here." Su Chen heaved a sigh of relief. "Senior, if you want to enter the mysterious heavenly mainland, you must go through the teleportation formation on Wangshu Island." At this moment, Shen Mengfei suddenly reminded him. Su Chen was a little confused and asked, "Why?" Chapter 490. The mysterious heavenly mainland is surrounded by a layer of extremely poisonous miasma all year round. No matter what profession a cultivator is in, no matter how high their cultivation base is, anyone who enters the miasma will definitely die, Shen Mengfei explained. "Not even those who are beyond level 10? Su Chen probed. He did not really believe Shen Mengfei's explanation. In his opinion, the layer of miasma was somewhat poisonous. However, it was only effective against low-level cultivators. The higher the level of a cultivator, the stronger their resistance against the miasma. Especially those who were above level 10, Su Chen even felt that they had reached the level of immortality. Ordinary means could not kill them at all, so why would they care about a mere miasma? Rumor has it that there were once beings beyond level 10 who tried to pass through the layer of miasma. However, they all disappeared without a trace in the end. Shen Mengfei observed the changes in Su Chen's expression as she spoke. After interacting with Su Chen for the past few days, she had some understanding of Su Chen. Su Chen was a person who had absolute confidence in himself. In Su Chen's eyes, there seemed to be nothing that could stop him. Shen Mengfei was worried that Su Chen would ignore the layer of miasma and force his way into the mysterious heavenly mainland. If that was the case, all of them would be doomed eternally. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes slowly narrowed. Although it was just a rumor and had not been confirmed, it should be somewhat credible since it had been passed down. "Can't we pass through it from the sky or the ground?" Su Chen asked again. "No," Shen Mengfei affirmed. Then, she explained, "the layer of miasma seems to be connected to the sky and the ground. No matter where you go, you'll have to come into contact with it. You can only do that through a teleportation formation. This layer of miasma is a little strange. Su Chen vaguely felt that this layer of miasma was not as simple as it seemed. After pondering for a while, he looked at the central control screen. Then he whispered, "Satoshi, enlarge the area of the mysterious heavenly mainland that you've detected." The image on the central control screen changed, and soon, a dense forest appeared. Beyond the forest was a sea. Su Chen could clearly see that in the sea area connected to the forest, there was indeed a layer of black fog floating. It started from the sea surface and extended all the way up. There was no end to it at all. Seeing this, Su Chen was about to withdraw his gaze when he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a black dot flickering in the fog, but it quickly disappeared. An alien creature entered the miasma and was destroyed? Su Chen was suspicious, so he asked the intelligent war chariot, "Satoshi, what was that black spot that appeared just now?" "Master, there seems to be some alien creatures hiding in the miasma, but they have a shielding function. I can only detect their existence occasionally," the intelligent war chariot explained. Su Chen's eyelids twitched. He did not doubt that what the intelligent war chariot said was false. There should be alien creatures hidden in the miasma. As for their numbers, it was unknown. Perhaps there was only one, or perhaps it would reach an unimaginable level. "It seems that we can only go to Wuxia Island," Su Chen muttered with a solemn expression. He had the ancient god-fiend body, so he was not afraid of any poisonous gas or evil creatures. However, since there were alien creatures hiding in the miasma, he had to be wary. Besides, no one else could pass through the miasma. Therefore, if he wanted to enter the mysterious heavenly mainland, he could only do as Shen Mengfei said. "Satoshi, go to Wuxia Island," Su Chen ordered. "Yes." The intelligent war chariot locked onto Wuxia Island and sailed quickly. Shen Mengfei, who was next to him, let out a long sigh of relief. She wanted to see Su Chen make this decision. Chapter 491. Shen Mengfei, what are the forces on Wuxia Island? Are there any zombies and mutant beasts? On the way, Su Chen asked Shen Mengfei. Killing zombies for fragments was his main job. If there were a large number of zombies on Wuxia Island, he could kill a group of them along the way. There are a lot of zombies and mutant beasts on Wuxia Island, but they are all very strong. Moreover, the forces on Wuxia Island are mixed and have formed a tacit understanding for a long time. Once someone provokes a fight, they will be attacked by other forces. Shen Mengfei's face changed slightly as she stated the stakes. She knew very well that Su Chen must be planning to kill zombies and mutant beasts. However, there were many strong people on Wuxia Island, and a slight move would affect the whole situation. Even with Su Chen's strength, facing many strong people, he would definitely not have a good time. Hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and pondered. The situation on Wuxia Island was similar to that of Yulin on Jianghu Island. Many forces supported each other and were in a state of balance. Once an outsider broke this balance, it was likely to arouse public anger and be attacked by a group. However, he did not take it to heart. When he was in Yulin, didn't he face the siege of many strong people? In the end, didn't he completely destroy them? Therefore, he would not let go of the zombies and mutant beasts on Wuxia Island. As for the other forces, whoever dared to provoke him would be destroyed without any room for negotiation. What other forces are on Wuxia Island? Su Chen asked calmly. Since he was determined to kill zombies and mutant beasts, he naturally had to find out the details of Wuxia Island before doing so that he could be prepared. The largest forces on Wuxia Island can be roughly divided into 7. Except for Tianwang City, which is a human force, the other forces are all aliens. Shen Mengfei said, "Tell me the details." Su Chen's heart moved and he asked. There were so many aliens on Wuxia Island, which he did not expect. If they were all killed, how many fragments would they drop? Those zombies are under the control of the Undead Clan. The Saint Devil Clan is behind the mutant beasts. Other than that, there are also the God Clan, the Chimera clan, the Green Meng clan, and the Rock clan. There is also the Sacred Demon tribe? Su Chen's expression changed slightly. Other than the Sacred Demon tribe, he had come into contact with the other superclans and had killed many of their people. If they wanted to deal with the mutant beasts, they would have to deal with the Sacred Demon tribe. In this way, he could be considered to have offended all 5 super races. He was only a level 6 cultivator, yet he was able to go head-to-head with 5 super races at the same time. If news of this were to spread, many jaws would drop to the ground. Does that mean that there's a realm passage to the alien race on Wuxia Island? Su Chen continued to ask. No, the outsiders all came from other places, but they all have their own territories on Wuxia Island, Shen Mengfei explained. Su Chen nodded slightly. What's the level of the strongest among these forces? Every force has a level 6 cultivator in charge, Shen Mengfei replied with certainty. Only level 6? Su Chen was a little disdainful. He could kill a level 6 cultivator with just one hand. In this way, wouldn't he be in existence that could do whatever he wanted on Wuxia Island? Zombies and aliens, he could kill them all. Who could stop him? Shen Mengfei seemed to have thought of something and quickly said, Senior, there's something very important that I need to remind you of. Speak. Su Chen did not mind. Once outsiders like us enter Wuxia Island, our cultivation will be suppressed by a level. Chapter 492. There's such a thing? Su Chen was quite surprised and asked, why would this happen? No one knows what's going on exactly, but there's a rumor that there's a natural formation hidden on Wuxia Island that can weaken the strength of outsiders, Shen Mengfei explained. Su Chen was a master who killed wherever he went. She was really worried that Su Chen would start a massacre on Wuxia Island. Therefore, she had to point this out to Su Chen in advance. So, those level 6 cultivators on Wuxia Island were originally level 7? Su Chen rubbed his nose and asked. That's not it. As long as you enter Wuxia Island and stay for a long time, your cultivation will naturally recover to its peak state, Shen Mengfei replied truthfully. Wuxia Island is a little strange. Su Chen chuckled. Even if he was suppressed by a level, he was still a level 5 cultivator. With his ability to easily kill enemies of a higher level, he was still in existence that could do whatever he wanted on Wuxia Island. Therefore, he was not worried about this matter at all. Seeing that Su Chen was still as calm as ever, Shen Mengfei shook her head and did not say anything else. Master, we're about to reach Wuxia Island. At this moment, the intelligent war chariot suddenly reminded him. Hearing this, Su Chen narrowed his eyes and looked outside. Not far away, there was a huge port. At this time, a large number of ships were coming in and out. The coast of Wuxia Island was densely packed with steep reefs. It was not impossible to cross the reefs and enter Wuxia Island, but it was very troublesome. Entering from the port, each person only needed to pay 10 ordinary energy stones. Those who could enter and leave Wuxia Island were not ordinary people. Why would they care about this little bit of energy stones? As a tycoon, Su Chen did not care about this little bit of energy stones. As there were more ships coming in and out, there was a long line outside the port at this time. Su Chen was not too ostentatious. He let the intelligent war chariot line up in order and followed behind a large wooden ship. After waiting for a while, seeing that it was not his turn, Su Chen simply walked out of the cabin. Friend, are you going to Wuxia Island? At this moment, on the large ship in front, a middle-aged man in a gray robe with a somewhat rough face asked Su Chen. Su Chen felt that the other party's question was nonsense. If they were not going to Wuxia Island, why were they queuing up here? However, he did not say much and only nodded slightly. Seeing this, the coarse man's expression changed. Are you selling this ship? The yacht that the intelligent war chariot had turned into looked very new and cool. He had never seen such a beautiful metal boat before, so he wanted to buy it. Not for sale. Su Chen's voice was cold. If the other party wanted to buy the intelligent war chariot, it was no different from wishful thinking. Think about it again. Anyway, you're going to enter Wangshu Island, and this ship can't always follow you. The price is negotiable. The rough man didn't give up. I'm telling you one more time, I'm not selling. Don't disturb me. Su Chen snorted coldly. Hearing this, the coarse man's face immediately became gloomy, and his eyes flashed with coldness. After looking at Su Chen, he did not say anything. He did not speak, but a young man with a thin face beside him was a little unhappy. He raised his voice and scolded, "Boy, don't be so shameless. It's your honor to buy your ship. Do you know who we are?" Su Chen curled his lips, and a strange arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I don't know who you are, but I know that you're a dead man." There was an explosion. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, the young man's head inexplicably exploded. Chapter 493. Originally, Su Chen had wanted to keep a low profile as he had just arrived. He hadn't expected someone to provoke him. He wouldn't show mercy to people who didn't know what was good for them. This guy is so arrogant. He killed people just like that. Isn't he afraid of revenge? To be able to kill people silently, he must be a telekinesis master. So what if he's a telekinesis master? The person he killed was from the Yulong Chamber of Commerce. The Yulong Chamber of Commerce is one of the top forces on Wangshu Island. This guy must be out of luck. This outsider doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he think he can be unscrupulous just because he has some ability? He's still too young. The scene of Su Chen killing people was witnessed by the people on the surrounding ships, and they all started discussing. At the same time, Shen Mengfei, who was in the intelligent war chariot, swallowed and sighed faintly. As expected, he kills wherever he goes. You dare to kill people from the Yulong Chamber of Commerce? The rough man was so angry that the corners of his mouth trembled as he glared at Su Chen. Although the Yulong Chamber of Commerce wasn't a top force, they still had a level 5 evolver holding down the fort. Even outsiders had to give them some face. He hadn't expected this young outsider to not give them any face and kill people in front of them. He simply didn't take the Yulong Chamber of Commerce seriously. How despicable! If it weren't for his fear of Su Chen's strength, he would have attacked long ago. Su Chen smiled contemptuously. If you dare to say another word, do you believe that I won't kill you too? Also, don't show off the bullsh *T Yulong Chamber of Commerce. If you anger me, I'll uproot you. As soon as he said that, there was an uproar. Who gave him the courage? How can he speak so unscrupulously? This guy is too arrogant. He doesn't even take the Yulong Chamber of Commerce seriously? I bet 100 energy stones that once this guy enters Wangshu Island, there won't even be a corpse left. Su Chen vividly displayed his domineering and unscrupulous side, shocking everyone. At the same time, they were looking forward to the Yulong Chamber of Commerce's people immediately attacking so that they could watch the show. The rough-looking man's face turned red and white as a raging flame of anger ignited in his chest. However, under Su Chen's forceful gaze, he didn't even dare to let out a fart and ran into the cabin with his tail between his legs. This move would definitely be criticized and mocked by the onlookers. It would be a disgrace to the Yulong Chamber of Commerce. However, he did not dare to confront Su Chen head-on. If he continued to stay outside, it would be even more embarrassing. He might as well hide and leave the heart of the storm. Of course, after this incident, his hatred for Su Chen grew even stronger. He also decided to report this matter to the upper echelons of the Chamber of Commerce as soon as possible so that the Chamber of Commerce could send experts to kill Su Chen. What a piece of trash! Seeing the rough man run away with his tail between his legs, Su Chen snorted and returned to the cabin. The surrounding onlookers had nothing to watch, so they stopped paying attention. Senior, the Yulong Chamber of Commerce has a level 5 evolver. In addition, they have a good relationship with the other major forces. Shen Mengfei immediately explained the situation of the Yulong Chamber of Commerce to Su Chen. In other words, she was reminding Su Chen to be careful when entering Wangshu Island. Su Chen scoffed at this. On this trip to Wangshu Island, In addition to entering the Xiantian continent through the teleportation formation, he was also prepared to eliminate all the major forces of the other tribe. What was a mere Yulong Chamber of Commerce? If they dared to provoke him, he would eliminate them all. All right, I understand, Su Chen said perfunctorily. He sat in the driver's seat and closed his eyes to rest. Chapter 494. Jianghu, it's our turn. More than half an hour later, the ships in front of the intelligent war chariot had finished their inspection and left the port. Yang Hao reminded Su Chen. Su Chen opened his eyes and saw several armored soldiers on the dock. He motioned for the intelligent war chariot to go over for inspection. Satoshi, let's go, Su Chen ordered and stood up. When they approached the dock, Su Chen led everyone off the ship. At this time, the intelligent war chariot also changed back into a war chariot. Oh my god! This guy's ship can turn into a MCV. It's amazing! No wonder this guy refused to sell it. Nonsense, only a fool would sell such a good thing. The transformation of the intelligent war chariot immediately surprised the onlookers. Su Chen also knew that the intelligent war chariot's transformation in front of everyone would definitely attract the attention of some jealous people. However, he didn't care at all. If anyone dared to have any ideas about him, they wouldn't be far from death. Not far away, an abnormally strong man in black armor saw this scene, his eyes rolled and he walked straight towards Su Chen. How many energy stones do I need to pay in total? Su Chen asked a soldier. The soldier glanced at him and said, there are 10 of you in total, and each of you has to pay 10 energy stones. The MCV is 100 energy stones. Su Chen nodded slightly, took out 110 ordinary energy stones, and handed them to the soldier. Just as he was about to take everyone to the MCV and leave, the strong man who came over suddenly scolded, "Boy, your energy stones are wrong. 110 is wrong?" Su Chen rubbed his nose. He counted the energy stones with his mental strength, and the number was absolutely correct. Why did the other party say that? Was he here to pick a fight? I'm not talking about the quantity, but the level. If you wish to enter Prosperous Dawn Island, you need to pay level 1 energy stones, not common energy stones, the robust man sneered. He then gave the soldier a meaningful glance. The soldier immediately understood and shouted at Su Chen, "Kid, you actually dared to use ordinary energy stones to fool me. Are you tired of living?" Hearing this, the surrounding onlookers immediately whispered to each other. What's going on? Didn't they always use ordinary energy stones to enter and exit Prosperous Dawn Island? When will it be changed to level 1 energy stones? Are you stupid? Would Lin Hu care about a few energy stones? He must have taken a fancy to that MCV. But the owner of the MCV is a spirit reader master. Lin Hu still dares to snatch it? There are also strong and weak spirit reader masters. That guy is so young and is at most a level 3 spirit reader master. Moreover, he will be suppressed by a level after entering Wangshu Island. How can he be Lin Hu's opponent? That's right, Lin Hu is a level 4 evolver. That guy is definitely not his match. Just as everyone had guessed, the robust man, Lin Hu, was indeed planning to snatch the intelligent chariot. Previously, he had heard about the conflict between Su Chen and the Yulong Chamber of Commerce. In his opinion, once Su Chen and the others entered Prosperous Dawn Island, they would suffer the crazy revenge of the Yulong Chamber of Commerce. At that time, the intelligent chariot would fall into the hands of the Yulong Chamber of Commerce. Since it would be snatched away sooner or later, why not snatch it away first? When did Prosperous Dawn Island change the charging standard? Are you deliberately blackmailing us? Xin Mengfei argued. She had been in and out of Prosperous Dawn Island and was clear about the charging standard. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.